kusia tu anajaribu kupoa kuona mahali hapo. Usiri tuko na nani wakili hapa.
Mbia sajina sign by the butoka. Copy sajina tamu.
At the county, they have room to public service commission.
Members order. Ndio hii ya wakili 89 ya. Nimekupea uko nayo. Proceed, Sergeant at Arms. Proceed, Sergeant at Arms. Public Service Board, karibuni sana. Let's pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of the leaders and the county assembly for the welfare and the society of the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favors as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of the important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us, here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and the welfare of our country and those whose interest you've committed to our charge. Amen. Welcome to today's session. I'm the chair of this committee, Honorable Jeruto Kiptala. My members, kindly introduce yourselves.
I'm Honorable Sam Locales, the vice chair of the committee.
My name is Max Yalo, MCA Mogotio, and a member of this committee.
Ayingwa John, member of this committee.
Wesley Lekakimon, MCL Chamswat, and member of this committee.
My name is Sharon Keter. I'm a member of this committee.
Julius Ngotie, a member.
And our staff with us, our Kiseku, Denson Kiseku, can you raise your hand? Lopez, Daniel, Karanja, Fatuma. I will allow you to proceed and introduce yourself. And after the introduction, our legal counsel will proceed to administer the oath to our commissioners. Thank you. Start introducing yourself through your chair.
Joseph Korir, Chairman, Public Service Board, and I've come here with the rest of the members and the technical team. So I'll request them to introduce themselves from my right.
Thank you. My name is Christian Rono, member of the board.
Thank you. My name is Musa Ewoi, member of the board.
Honorable Chair, I'm Julius Munge, member of the board.
Chair, my name is FCS Samson Kibi, Secretary of the board.
Honorable Chair, my name is Stella Chebi, the Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lentete Samuel, member of the board.
Thank you. My name is Lydia Rob, the Director HR of the Public Service Board.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Judith Kaimugul, Legal Officer, Baringo County.
Honorable Locales.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, since we started this hearing, the Chair and the Secretary or the CEOs were sitting extreme end, and the other members will follow like that to show the leadership who are leading the team. And therefore, Chair, I want your indulgence. If it is in order for the Chair to sit middle with the Secretary.
Honorable Locales, I've noted. Kindly, Public Service Board team, kindly put yourself in order in the seniority from the Chair, Vice Chair to the, you're supposed to be. Put your house in order as I allow our legal officer, Denson Kiseku, to proceed and prepare them to take an oath. Our Chair, kindly, you're supposed to be at this side, on your right. And the technical team next to the Secretary of the board. Our legal officer, kindly proceed.
I, Joseph Korir, do solemnly swear that everything that I will say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
I, Stella Chebi, do solemnly swear that everything I will say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth,
Vice
and
Chair,
nothing but the truth.
Vice Chair, kindly raise your Bible and start again.
I, Stella Chebi, do solemnly swear that everything I will say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me. Thank you.
I, FCS Samson Kibi, do solemnly swear that everything I will say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
I, Julius Kiprotich Munge, do solemnly swear that everything that I will say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Christine Rono, do solemnly swear that everything that I will say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Musa Lochom Ewoi, do solemnly swear that everything that I will say before this committee shall be the truth and only the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Lentete Samuel, do solemnly swear that everything I'll say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Lydia Rob, do solemnly swear that everything that I will say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Hi, Judith Kaimugu. Sorry, let me repeat. Hi, Judith Kaimugul, solemnly swear that everything that I will say before this committee shall be the truth, only the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Chair, kindly proceed to tell us the functions of the County Public Service Board, the roles of the Secretary to the Board, the roles of the County Secretary in the recruitment process. And before you proceed, kindly table the documents that we requested that you table before this committee so that you proceed with those questions.
Madam Chair, honorable members of this august House, we are here as Public Service Board of Baringo. Public Service.
Kindly, Chair, table the documents first and then you proceed.
Let them put it together.
Proceed, Chair. And Chair, you're allowed as well to sit down and kindly help him to put the mic the position that he can be able to reach. Kindly sit down, Chair. It's okay. If you're okay to stand, it's okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Briefly, as a public service board, Public Service Board is embedded in the County Government Act, Section 59. It's an independent body under 59A with functions and powers. The functions range from recruitment, disciplinary cases, among others. As we execute our mandate, we cannot do it alone, Madam Chair.
Honorable Chair, kindly just highlight for us the functions of the County Public Service Board. As like that, I've noted your concerns from the Act, but please just note as you continue.
Yeah, the functions of the board is that one of them is recruitment, promotions. We appoint people to hold offices or act in those offices. We promote officers within the public service. We also advise on a regular basis. We provide advisory to the executive. We also ensure that we provide reports, annual reports, to the County Assembly on the functions and execution of the board and its challenges. So briefly, Madam Chair, I think.
Proceed, Chair.
Yeah. So in executing these functions, we work with various stakeholders within the county public service. Yeah. Yes.
Proceed, Chair.
Yes. We work with various stakeholders within the county public service. So in essence, there is a symbiotic relationship between the county public service and the board. So, and in that symbiotic relationship, there is a bridge, and the bridge is the head of county public service. So that is how the link, the departments communicate with the county secretary on anything. For example, if a department, based on their skills, require to employ an officer, they present their requirements to the head of county public service, who communicates now to us formally, saying we want, this department wants this kind of skill. And they give us the documentation, they follow the due process. And then we start that process up to advertisement stage, and then the rest of the process follows. So briefly, that is one of the functions of the board. Of course, the others, like educating the officers in the public service, educating members of the public on values and principles of governance. And on this one, there has been a problem because of financial deficiencies. And all along we have had a lot of deficiencies. And I want to thank Honorable Aingwa, because his committee and the members, which they work together in the last parliament, were able to at least vote a vehicle for us. And we thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Kindly, Honorable Ngotie, proceed with your questions.
Thank you, Chair. Chairman, you've just told us that the mandate of Service Board is to engage and regulate number of staff and even casuals in the county. Kindly respond to the following issues on matters casuals. How many casuals, contractual staff are there in the entire county? The secretary can take it, the CEO. How many casuals, contractual, are there in the entire county? Yes? You know you have casual who are on contracts, and others maybe are casual, just casual.
So casuals and...
So combine, you can tell us the contractual are this, there are this many, and
Okay,
the
thank
other
you,
casuals.
Madam Chair. I will hand over to our CEO, Mr. Kibi, to prosecute that particular one.
Honorable Ngotie, proceed with your questions so that they note them down and then they answer you comprehensively.
I would prefer that I say one.
Okay, proceed.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Ngotie. As to how many casuals are there in the county, it cannot be ascertained at the moment because this is a process that has been ongoing for a long time and has not been verified. We as a board have issued various correspondences to various authorized officers, especially the Office of the County Secretary, to provide adequate information for the board to be able to execute its
we'll
function.
go to that.
Yes.
You just need, you have said that you cannot ascertain.
Yes. At the moment, we cannot verify how many casuals are there in the county.
That is enough because we will reach there. The other one you want to reply. Now, you've told us that there is a system that you follow when engaging, that the department writes a letter maybe to the CS, and then the CS writes to you. In that case, how are these contractual staff, casuals, how are they engaged? That is one. Who engaged them? And was the due process followed?
Thank you. You said we have answered the question about how many.
That is fine.
And you have followed with the question, how were they?
Recruited.
Recruited.
Yes.
And the follow-up question was?
Was the due process followed and who engaged them?
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngotie. How were they recruited?
Yes.
I think we cannot ascertain at the moment how they were recruited.
Who engaged them?
And we cannot ascertain also at the moment who engaged them because that is subject of...
Secretary, kindly address through the chair.
Yes, through the chair. Honorable Ngotie, we cannot ascertain how they were recruited because we do not have adequate information on record to show specific dates and specific details of casuals for which we are doing an inquiry since 2021.
Okay. In that case, you want to say that the due process was not followed.
Yes, by and large, it is true that the due process was not followed.
Thank you. Does the board have database or of pre-qualified casuals in your data? In your
Pre-qualified?
data bank, yes. Pre-qualified, maybe casuals or even pre-qualified casuals, so that when we want to engage, let's say the county wants to engage, you already have that database that the qualification are these and you can just pull.
Through the chair, we cannot say that we have such a database, but we do know that from the ongoing discussions that there are some casuals that have been engaged over time, but we have been asking for this information so that we can have it on record as to how many have been engaged. So I cannot ascertain at the moment if there is such a pool, because it is not regulated by the board.
Okay.
But it is indeed a function of the board to regulate the employment, all forms of employment in the county public service, including the regulation of casuals. That is section 74.
We are alive to the fact that we have casuals. Do you have a budget? Are you aware of a budget for these casuals?
Until the 11th of March, 2025, when the county secretary wrote a letter saying we have a budget of 34.9 million for casuals, we are not aware of any other correspondence about previous budgets for casuals. But we as a board do not have a role in budgeting for them, because they have to be budgeted by the departments in which they are to be engaged. And the role of the board is only to satisfy itself that it has given proper advice to the county government, that it has maintained fiscal principles in the BMF Act, and therefore we have not reached that decision as a board.
Are you aware that there are casuals who have not been paid?
From the current correspondence, through the chair, from the current correspondences, it has come to our notice that there are some casuals who have not been paid, but we do not know how many and how much, because we have requested for specific information to enable us to arrive at that decision, and therefore it is a matter pending before the board until and unless the board gets proper information to make a decision. We do not have that knowledge.
But there was a correspondence that there is a budget.
Yes, there is a correspondence that there is a budget, but we requested for details of appropriation of that budget to ensure that we can actually see that it is itemized person by person and ensure that it is adequate for the proper financial year for which it is allocated. So at the moment, the board cannot ascertain whether that 34.9 million is enough, because we are still waiting for information on the appropriation of that budget, or the proposed appropriation.
Chair, I would request that you are furnished with the said correspondence, the copies.
Secretary KB,
yes.
Would you be having the correspondence with you? Or it's with me here, the documents that you've tabled?
We have appeared before this House on the 6th of
I've just
May.
asked you where the documents are. It's either here or maybe you had furnished earlier.
We had
So
furnished
that we move.
to this House that information earlier, but of course, on a case-by-case basis, we can be able to show that we have correspondences talking about a budget, but we have given other corresponding letters.
That very correspondent is what I'm interested in. If it's with me, just say yes so that I will just go straight to the documents.
Yes, that information has been furnished to the House on the 6th of May.
Thank you. Honorable Ngatier, proceed.
Okay. Mr. Kebi, I hope you don't mind to repeat some of these things. Huh?
Yes.
Like, what has the board done up to now concerning the payments of these casuals?
Okay, Chairman, I'll indulge the House to give a chronology of events that can shed light on what could have happened, because we are still also on the waiting hand. So I will repeat what we may have given to this House on the 6th. So on the 24th of March, 2021.
I would like us to restrain ourselves from going to history. We just go direct to his questions. Probably during our engagement here, just give in summary to Honorable Ngotie, so that we are your privy.
Chair, I think you could give us some leeway a little bit so that we can show the actions that the board has taken, because...
Over the casuals?
Yes, over the casuals.
Proceed.
Yes. This board was constituted on the 14th of May 2020, and when the board arrived in office, one of the first things that it encountered is that it came to its notice that some persons who were claimed to be casuals were presented to the board for ratification. But upon examination, the board did not find evidence of due process of budgets. And so the board requested for information from various departments, especially Office of the CS, saying that we want to know how these persons were identified so that we can reach an informed decision. But because the information was not availed, after some time, the board issued an advisory to the county secretary, which is already furnished to the House, entitled Revocation of the Board's Delegated Authority, pursuant to Section 861 of the County Governments Act. And I will quote from this letter so that the House can understand where we stand. That in this letter, the summary of it is that we gave information that the board has mandate under Section 59(1) to make appointments. And appointments includes all persons from P&P to casuals, unless it delegates its authority. So Section 861 gives the board the authority to delegate some of its functions to, among others, its members, or the county secretary or chief officers. And at that time, we were informed that there was a claim of a delegated authority when the board was not properly constituted, and therefore some casuals may have been hired under a delegated authority of the board. We could not find it on record in our office that we ever issued such a delegated authority, and therefore we issued this letter to the county secretary, and we copied this letter to the governor, the deputy governor, all CCs, and all chief officers. And the gist of this letter was that in order to rule out the possibility that there could be a record that could have been misplaced on delegated authority, we gave the CS and the authorized officers a window of 30 days to disclose the existence of any such delegated authority and present to the board for the purposes of regulating the employment of casuals under such a delegated authority. And we gave a warning that if at the lapse of 30 days, no such disclosures have been made, no officer will claim defense under the claim of a delegated authority of the board, which has not been verified for the engagement of any casuals that have not been regulated. So this letter serves to show that it is still in force from 24th March 2021 to date. No other office, unless on a case-by-case basis, as a continuing delegated authority of the board to engage casuals except on
Mr. Kebi,
concurrence. Yes.
Mr. Kebi,
Yes.
I'm still waiting to hear what you are doing.
Yes.
Or
All right.
what you have done, not even what you are doing, what you have done.
Yes.
To get these people paid.
All right. So that is number one. We have not issued a delegated authority.
Yes.
So from that date, we have issued various correspondences to the CS, reminding them that we need data on casuals for the purposes of regulating any that exists without authority of the board. And of course, the law gives the board the authority to take corrective action, but that corrective action, because it is an act in the past, will necessarily have to have factual information that is provided to the board. So we have various letters that we have written to the county secretary.
And you have the replies also?
Some have replied, some don't.
So up to now?
Yes. So in the latest documentation through the chair, Honorable Ngotier, the last letter we wrote to the county secretary was on the 14th of April. It's not that's not the last letter. Among the letters we wrote to the county secretary, we wrote a letter on the 14th of April 2025 seeking to convene a consultative meeting with stakeholders to request for on the request for approval by the board on the engagement of the 243 casuals. So this request was not responded to, and we have not been able to verify the information. But somehow, the latest information that we have is one in which we provided a template to the county secretary to liaise with the chief officers who have casuals in their departments. On 30th April, we responded to, this would take luck. We responded to the request to approve 243 casuals whose details was not adequate for us to make a decision. It was just a list, and we gave a template.
When you say not adequate,
yes,
can you give us examples of things which you are missing?
Yes, very well so. And for that reason, we will be tabling a report that we received, and we'll show you the gaps in this report.
Okay.
So this file, which we'll table with you in a moment, contains a collated list of casuals that was provided on email. And we requested the CS for a meeting with the chief officers whose details have been provided here to come for a meeting on the 27th of May 2024 before we come to the assembly. But this meeting is still pending because the CS is not around, and possibly the chief officers were also not present. That meeting did not take place. But this file contains a template where we want details in an Excel spreadsheet for purposes of, for ease of analysis, and we want the departments with casuals who wants to be paid to give us the following fields. We want to know the name, the surname of the person, the first name, other names. This is for purposes of analysis of the report. We want to know the gender. We want to know the salutation of that person. Is it a Mrs., Miss, or Mr., Mrs., or doctor, or whatever. We want the department in which that person is posted. I'll go to the next field. Hold on, kidogo. We want to know the office in which the person is serving as a casual at the moment. We want to know the national ID of that person. We want to know the telephone number of that person so that in case we need to talk to them, we can reach them. And the national ID is to make sure that they are real people we can find. So we also want to know the postal address of the person. And that includes the postal box and the postal town. We want to know the date that person was employed. We want to know the mode of identification of that person, whether there was a notice, whether there was public participation, whatever the method that was used to engage them, we want to be told by filling that form.
The template is a standard template.
The template
You've
is
been
a standard template of the board, which we have provided to the departments to fill. So give me a moment. We also want to know if the employment of such a person at the board's authority, and we also want to know the number of years, months, or days that that person has worked since engagement. And we also want to know the qualifications of that person. We want to know the rate of wages per day of that person, because a casual is paid per day. We want to know the accrued wages that have already been paid in the past. And then we want to know the accrued wages that are still pending. Hold on, I'm almost finishing. We want to know whether a master roll was kept, and where it was kept, we want to have a copy of the master roll. And then we want to know the home county, the sub-county.
Mr. Kibi.
I'm at the end, sir. I'm at the end of the template. Then we can continue.
Honorable Ngati, allow him to finish and kindly.
You want to know the
wind up
home ward,
very fast.
the home location, the home sub-location, and all those are for purposes of ensuring there is equitable distribution of resources if and when they are applied. So, field number 27, we want to know whether the person is a BWD or not. We want to know the ethnicity of the person. And lastly, we want to know whether the person is a minority, is from a minority group, or from a marginalized group. And we have provided the last field as any other remarks that the authorized officer may give concerning that person.
Okay.
So as at the moment, through the chair,
you've not received
this report we will table before you so that you can see that we have made a lot of effort to provide information that can enable the board to regulate the employment of these casuals, because there are two issues that we have to resolve now. This is an action in the past, and the fact that they have been working means that they have to be paid according to the labor laws or according to the legitimate expectations that they are having.
So, Mr. Kibi, you say that is a standard template.
Yes, this is a standard template of the board that we have provided for information to be provided so that we can regulate.
That is good.
Yes. Yes.
So you've been using that template even in permanent employment.
Yes.
I want to repeat. You know, I want to caution you. We will use what you are saying in our final report. You want to say that template is the template you have been using in employment of permanent staff.
If I get your question right,
yes,
are these the data, kind of data that we maintain for all forms of staff, including permanent and pensionable staff? The answer is yes.
Yeah, because what you are requesting, you are requesting more for someone who is just a casual, not on permanent basis. Don't you feel that you are doing something not good to those casual who have not been paid for 10 months and their families?
Let me allow my colleague Christine to comment on that.
Thank you. Proceed, Christine.
Thank you,
through the
Chair. Thank you, Chair. I just want to support what CSKB has said. The reason why we need this information is that we want to do a ratification. That is, we are approving after the recruitment has been done. So we need that information so that we can approve, because what are we approving? Ideally, we are supposed to get requests from the chief of SAS through the county secretary to say that in the establishment, they have vacant positions, or they have vacant positions that they need casuals to fill, meanwhile as they plan for budgets to employ somebody to that particular position. So this one, it is like we are getting information for people who have been working. But ideally, we are supposed to get the requests first, then we can delegate as a board, and then now they do the employment of casuals.
So up to now, when do you think you can finalize this to assist these people get paid? Time frame.
Through the chair, we have sent the way Kibi has said, we have sent a template so that they can fill and give us. Because what are we ratifying in the first place? Because we are ratifying a name, money, and money. So this money, how much are we ratifying? How much has this person worked? How many days has he worked? So that we can match a name, the work that is being done, plus now the costs.
So you are confirming the names you received, the 243, didn't have the amount, and some maybe the IDs or something like that?
Through the chair, yes. The information was not adequate.
The amount was how many months they have worked, the amount they are supposed to be paid?
It was not there. Thank you.
Chair, I rest my case.
Proceed, CS Kibi, and table that, the template that you were saying, before you proceed with your next stage.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is...
Kindly proceed to table first. Thank you, proceed.
And perhaps we can also table this letter from the CS, which shows 243 names without the details that we have requested.
Proceed.
I think we have arrested that case, Honorable Mate. So although we have made many other efforts, we can only stress that.
Honorable Ngoti, so that I go back to the members to interject.
I want to confirm to CS Kip. I want to confirm to him that we have not rested. We have just begun. Yes, we've not rested it.
All right. Thank you.
Honorable Sharon and then Honorable Ayengo.
Okay, I'd like to have these questions answered by the chairperson of the board. Reading section 59G of the County Government Act, your work is to facilitate the development of coherent, integrated human resource planning and budgeting for personnel, emolument in counties. That is number one. Number two, is to advise the county government on human resource management and development. Number one, I want us to confirm that all of you are from Baringo County. Please, Chair, if you can confirm for me that the members of the board are from Baringo County.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed. You also confirm that you were first appointed as a board to this county when? When were you first appointed?
May 2020. Yeah.
May 2020?
Yes.
May 2020?
Yes.
Confirm to me also, since May 2020, and knowing that your work is to regulate human resource in Baringo County, we've had casual workers working in Baringo County. Please confirm to me.
Yeah, from the records, Madam Chair,
You
have seen there were casuals, but
We've-
it has not been in the
Please-
domain. It has not been in the domain of the board.
Okay. Confirm to me that since 2020, we've been receiving services from people that you're calling casual workers in Baringo County. And remember, you cannot run away from this because you are the body that regulates human resource in Baringo County. Confirm that we've been receiving services from casual workers in Baringo County.
Thank you. Madam Chair, from the records as of now,
Yes.
we have seen that these casuals have been rendering services.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, but
Please,
once more-
just allow me
once
to
more,
allow me to guide you, Chair. Allow me to guide the questions.
Honorable, our chairman, Kibi, allow Honorable Sharon to proceed.
Confirm to me.
Sorry, Chair Korir. Proceed, Honorable Sharon.
Mr. Korir, confirm to me up until that, you said the month of March 2025. In fact, it's 11th March 2025. That is when you first did a letter to the service board wanting, to the county secretary, requesting for information of all casual workers in Baringo County. Please confirm that is the case.
No, that is not the case because our journey started in 2021.
2021.
And the records are
When
there.
did you first, when did you do the request for the list?
2021, the records are there.
Okay, can you,
all along.
where is your first letter requesting for the information?
In fact, we had it over on 6th. All that
Please,
information.
clerk, kindly look for that document. It's very important in this regard. And
Sorry, one of them is here, 24th March 2021.
24th March, what were you asking in that letter?
This one.
You're allowed to read the letter.
Yeah, this one is about revocation of delegated authority.
Okay, apart from-
But even then,
Chair.
our journey started in 2021.
Chair, please allow me to, that is for revocation of delegated legislation. I'm asking, have you ever asked formally a list of casual workers in Baringo County before 2024? A list. And did you ask in the same mode of the way, those all information that you've been asking for, and that in that template?
I think from the correspondence we have is that, there were rumors that they are casuals. So we asked them to declare.
Chair board, are you insinuating that rumors, you're putting rumors on our casuals?
Rumors, and you're a citizen of Baringo County. Cleaners who are cleaning this Baringo, even in the town, they are casual workers. You want to say that they are rumors? Let's just be, even when you are answering your questions and you're going on a defense mode, remember that you're dealing with human beings.
Madam Chair, protect me. She's intimidating and rash.
Let me tell you.
Chair, Honorable Sharon, allow me. Chair, if you make those questions straightforward, I don't think if there will be intimidation. If you know, it's just right to tell her no or yes. But if you want to allow her to ask questions and you don't give answers, then you will feel she's intimidating you, which is not right. Proceed, Honorable Sharon.
Chair.
Please. Honorable Sharon, you wind up with him.
Let me wind up with him. Show us a letter in 2021 of you asking as a board the list of casual workers, and show us that you use the same template that you've been using this year to request the information that you're requesting from CS.
CSKB, I think Honorable Sharon's question is very straight. The template you are reading is what she's asking. Was it there in 2021? And did you ask through the CS about the same information?
Yes. Through the chair, we have asked for this information since 2021.
Kindly table the document.
If you could allow for us to cite, because there is a context for everything, including the revocation of the delegated authority.
Chair,
we
please.
have it on record.
Mr. Kibi, allow me to, we know we don't have a lot of time. My question is that if you've requested for that information, where is the letter? That is what we are asking for.
All right, on the 6th of May 2021, we submitted a record listed as Annex 9.
Okay.
And in that letter, which I can cite from, the board has recently observed several anomalies attributed to the alleged existence of unverified delegated authority of the board. This has been, for instance, some irregular dismissals of staff or designations, promotions, and some of the employments of some staff on contract or on casual basis. The board, via minute 10 of 2021, resolved to revoke any previous delegated authority that may have existed prior to this date, and requests the County Secretary to provide information on.
Please hand over the letter to me through the clerk.
It is already
Honorable
filed.
Sharon and CSKB, allow me to make it simple. You just read a very nice template that you said you requested the CS to give you information. I just need the same template that was done in 2021, plus the letter. As simple as that. And please table it to the committee, and if you need time, you just...
We requested for information in 2021, and that may not have been the current template that we have given, but this is the current template of all biodata of
Honorable
staff.
Sharon, proceed.
Clearly, even that letter, Chair, I would like you to read and see the last part. I want you to see if they requested for the information of casual workers.
Proceed, Chair, and table that letter.
Can you read the last page?
I've ruled CSKB, kindly table that letter. Proceed.
Okay, I don't know if I should just deal with Mr. Kibi.
Let's allow Honorable Baringo, it's been online for long, so that you proceed.
I didn't finish my questions.
Okay.
I don't know if I proceed with the chair or Mr. Kibi.
Honorable Sharon, you are done with the chair. If you have something for CSKB, proceed. And
okay, on this issue of casual workers, because we don't want the board to run away from their responsibility. Mr. Kibi, confirm to me that ever since you came to this county government, that we've had casual workers who have been receiving payments through our county government.
Proceed,
Chair,
CSKB.
Through the chair, we have only seen it for the first time this year on record that there were casuals. But we have been having information that there was a delegated authority which was not provided, and we could not trace it on record, and we dealt with it as an irregular.
Mr. Kibi, your work as the board is to advise the county government on human resource management and development. Number one, you should know that your work is not to create hurdles in the county public service board, public service in Baringo. If you know for sure that your work is to regulate casual workers, and that is your work, apart from requesting information that you've done today, that particular template, that we don't know, is this a policy that you came up with? Is this something that it's a policy? Is it a guideline? Is it a policy or a guideline? Number one.
Chair, these are information that are required under the Human Resource Procedures and Policies Manual, and this has been in existence even before we came
regulation?
here. We have a Human Resource and Policies Manual that provides some of these details that we have adopted for purposes of regulating. So it is not something new that we have created for purposes of regulation. That is a requirement under the law. You cannot give
if that is the requirement under the law before 2024, had you done the same request to the county secretary?
Yes.
With the same?
Many times.
If we can go back to our records and we fail to get it, what do you want us to do to you honestly?
Chair, I feel intimidated because we have given records of information we have written to the county secretary.
Chair, I would really want to see that particular, I want to see the letter of 2021 with the same template requesting of the same information. We cannot be taken around in circles with this board.
Honorable Ayengo, proceed as I confirm the documents that you've handed over, so that I confirm to Honorable Sharon. Honorable Ayengo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it was just simple for Kibi to just tell this committee whether the same template was requested in 2021.
Honorable Ayengo, because you are proceeding,
yes.
I want to see as Kibi, the document that you've given me, my clerk has confirmed that there's no template. I want to see that template now, the one you are reading there on the table. Kindly table that document so that I proceed with my ruling as an Honorable Ayengo proceed.
Mine will be very simple, Madam Chair. I want to ask the board, do you have casual workers in your office? Do you have casual workers in your office?
Proceed, CSKB. And Chair, kindly, okay.
Through the Chair, we have a temporary staff working under contract or short-term contract in the board.
So they are, you have them, you are
short-term contracts.
Short-term contracts.
Yes.
Okay.
You're confirming that you don't have a casual in your office?
Previously, that was...
Not previously, you're confirming to the committee
yes, at the
that
moment,
you don't
yes.
have a casual?
Yes, at the moment, we have given a short-term contract to an officer who is working as a support staff in the board.
How many months? I would also want to be clear, because you are
Perhaps you can allow us to provide that record because we did not come with it at the moment, but this is an officer.
CSKB, yes. Kindly table that document before close of business. Giving the contracts that you give him or her, whether it's short term or long term. Proceed, Honorable Ayengo.
Before you came in as a board, was there any employment before you came in? after expiry of the other board, it took some time for you people to be employed. Was there an employment in between the other board and the current board? Was there an employment that took place in between?
CSKB be guided during the transition of the other board to you.
Chair, through the chair, there was a list of 225, which I do not have with me at the moment, because that was a subject of discussion at that time, which we requested for information, and exactly the same information we requested today, or in reference to the ongoing casuals, we asked for it in 2021 in order to be able to ratify or approve if the board is satisfied. Failed, and we count it as not available. So we do not have information as to whether there was employment, because we removed the delegated authority. So if there was,
Mr.
we are still waiting for information.
Mr. Kipi.
Yes.
Just, it is so simple. My questions are not, they are not complex. I just want you to answer this committee. Were there any employments that took place during the transition period after expiry of that first board?
There may have been, but
No,
we
no.
have not received information on such.
What did you want to ratify? You talked about 225
Yes.
employees.
There was
so
a
you
list.
you have some knowledge
Yes.
over 225 employees.
There was a communication of request for ratification of 225 employees.
And
Or-
did you ratify
or
them?
We did not ratify the ones that we did not receive information on.
Were they casuals or
Some were,
PNP?
some were contracts, some were casuals.
I think, Madam Chair, we need to get that information. This committee needs to get that information. So there is no employment that took place.
Through the chair,
Even under that delegation that you say there is delegated authority.
there
during the
wasn't a delegated authority because we did not trace one. So if there was any employment, it was an irregular employment.
You will not be. I know you are running away to defense. I want you people to just. We are also inquiring, so that we also know if there were some past irregularities that were done. You will not be fixed in everything.
On that note, CSKB, it's just, we are trying to find out, let's just give answers as it is and be factual. Like now you've confirmed that there are 225 employment that was supposed to happen. Would you table those names to this committee?
Yes, later on, because I don't have it with me here. We can find that.
Yes, and within the 225, is there anyone who was employed among the 225?
Through the, Madam Chair, we did not regulate, we did not approve the 225, but we will table information about what information was responded to us and tabled before this committee.
Thank you, CSKB.
Yes.
Honorable Baringo, proceed to finish.
Honorable, Chair, I wanted also, in your absence as the board, who normally signs employment letters. Like when that board expired, the 225, I know there is someone who signed, who normally signs when the board expires and maybe there is need of employment.
According to the law, sorry. Can I go?
Proceed, CSKB.
Yes, under the law, all appointments of staff in the County Public Service are signed for and on behalf of the County Public Service Board by the Secretary of the Board, or the County Secretary if the County Secretary has been given a delegated authority or instruction to issue letters.
Good. Is there a time during your tenure of office, has there been any time the County Secretary has signed the employment letters?
Yes.
If it is your mandate to sign as the board, when else do you delegate, or when else does it make the county secretary sign the letters?
If and when the board resolves to delegate a particular aspect of the functions of the board to the county secretary, that is when he would sign if he's given the mandate to sign.
So there is a time he has signed?
Yes.
Under delegation. And there is a letter to that effect.
Yes.
I want you to furnish with this board, what instance do you, at what time do you give him that delegated power to sign?
If and when the board is not in a position to, or the secretary of the board is not in a position to sign for other reasons like being away, that is one opportunity when the board can resolve to give delegated authority to the county secretary, and it is only in one instance.
He has only done it once.
Yes.
So there are no, all the letters with the employees bears your signature, apart from one in the county.
Apart from when the county secretary has been given authority to issue and post. But all the appointment letters since 2021 have been issued by the board, except only on one instance.
You say there is only one instance when the board gave him that chance to, or authority to sign.
Yes.
Is it? So all the letters for employees, you are under oath.
Yes, correct.
The board, and we are not propping here so that we wanted things to be done right. That is where we're heading to.
Yes, we have a letter here that we can table
yes.
for the committee to appreciate the circumstances of that.
That is signed on your behalf.
Honorable Aengwa, allow me to just cite an example so that because it has come up to this committee in the previous engagement, like the 123 staff that we employed recently on PNP, after you've done your procedural process until you hand over the letters of PNP, who signs these letters? The letter that the person who is employed carries home, who signed that letter?
The secretary of the board.
Proceed, Honorable Baringo.
Yeah, maybe later on, Honorable Chair, I will be able to.
Through the chair, can I explain that perhaps maybe we can table this letter for you to appreciate the instance when the county secretary was allocated, was allowed to.
Proceed to table that letter, and while you're coming here, bring me the template that are still, I've checked my document, it's not there. I want that document you're reading there, the one for the template. The last document that you add for the casuals to be filled in that form. And after that, I would want you to give me the document that you cited for 2021. So please proceed. I'm on the case of CSKB. Yes. You are reading a document that bear the age, how many months they've worked. That one, I don't want anything that you read in this house while you are seated there.
Yes.
Kindly table that document.
I have tabled, Chair. It is a big file that has various pages, 152 pages.
Can I proceed, Honorable Chair?
Proceed as I confirm the template.
Yes. I also want to ask the board, how many officers have been seconded to this county government of Baringo? How many officers have been brought on board to the county government of Baringo? On secondment. think the chair can.
Allow our clerk to confirm the template because it's an issue between them and Honorable Sharon to this committee, so that we confirm that we have the template. Proceed. It's Honorable Aengwa.
Yes.
So allow CSKB to finish that consultation, so we are able even to see who want to go on mic.
It is Munge chair who wants to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Sharon. The document is with us here for perusal by the committee. Honorable Aengwa?
Yes.
Proceed.
How many officers were seconded to the county government? You are not on record, Mr. Munge. Switch on the mic.
Kindly remind us your name as you proceed to take the mic.
Julius Munge, board member. As far as Honorable Aengwa's question is concerned, we have one, and it's normally a process when we are approving staff on secondment, and we have one by the name Kipkorir Changwon, the current director, VTC. That is the one we know, because the entire process was followed until it was approved by the board.
Very good. Can you highlight to this board the process, just briefly, the process of secondment, and who initiates this secondment?
Through the chair.
CSKB, proceed.
Yes, yes, I'm on. Usually, secondment arises if an entity or a government wishes to
start with the process first.
Yes.
So that you come to. Start with the what is the process of
secondment?
Yes.
The department that requires or has a gap in skill may request that we have not been successful in attracting or getting adequate skills in an area, and they have identified an existing government official who has suitable skills who may be seconded to perform some functions. So the head or the authorized officer of a department requiring that skill may request for secondment of a person who is willing to be seconded.
Who initiates, to be brief? And
this could be a chief officer of a department.
So the intent comes from the chief officer. So even the Mr. Changwon,
yes,
is from the chief officer, education. Is
Yes.
that true? Is that true?
Yes, yes.
Now, do you know others? You say this one went through the whole process.
Correct.
What about a director by the name Dr. Kangor?
That is transfer of service.
The human resource officer, Faith Kimwok?
Not aware.
You're not aware. And you said one. What about Dr. Kongor? Is it just transfer of service?
That's a different kind of service.
Yes.
There is secondment and there is transfer of service.
So this one is transfer. I lied to us. What's the difference between the secondment and transfer of service?
Yes.
Kindly wait to be on record,
Proceed.
Mr. Munge.
Mr. Munge, proceed.
Through the chair, Honorable Engwa, for secondment, as Kibi has explained, that request is done and is normally done for 3 years and renewable once. And the officer can be recalled to the mother ministry or entity at any time. It's only given, offered the first 3 years and renewed once. But for transfer of service, you move laterally and you actually, all your services, if, the officer will not go back to the ministry or the entity he came from. So the host department, like now the host, like the County Public Service Board of Baringo, will actually own that staff until retirement.
So who is owning Dr. Kangor?
Baringo County.
Did he transfer from where?
Kangor, Honorable Engwa, Kangor transferred his service from Nandi County.
Is he a resident of Baringo?
Honorable Engwa, the transfer of service is on request and demand from the
The
department.
point is straightforward, Mr. Munge. Is he a resident of Baringo County?
Unless I check, but I think any transfer of service can attract anybody.
I've
from
asked
the
you a question, Mr. Munge.
Yes.
Munge, is he a resident of Baringo County?
Unless I check. I'm not certain.
Kindly confirm now, because you have your HR here. And as you proceed to confirm, CSKB, I'm still on your case. This document you've tabled before this committee, I can see you delegated, the reasons why you delegated the responsibility for the CS to sign are not cited here. And if they are in your minutes, please produce the reasons.
Yes.
I think I would like Munge to deal with that aspect. There was a cabinet memo that requested for additional staff. So I would like my colleague Munge to address that matter.
I would like to know the reasons, because I already have your letter here. The only thing that is missing from this letter are the reasons you allowed the CS to sign the letters. And Munga, while you proceed, you also explain to this committee, did the transfer of Dr. Kangor from Nandi County to Baringo County attracted any budget from our county?
Now, can I continue, Chair?
Let him proceed to tell us where Dr. Kangor comes from, yes, and proceed to tell us if the transfer of Dr. Kangor or the process that he came in through attracted any budgetary implication in our county.
Honorable
Proceed, Munga.
Chair, there was a request from the department and there was a confirmation from Treasury. And of course, the request emanates from the host department.
The first question is, we are not going away from that question. Dr. Munge comes from Nandi or Baringo County?
We are checking, Honorable Chair, because we didn't anticipate that question. So we need to check, because we have about 4,000 staff.
That is in order. Proceed, yes. Munge.
So the request for Dr. Kangor was duly, it was actually requested formally, and budget was confirmed by the department through the letter from the CEC and the CEO, Public Health, and also the CEO Treasury.
Honorable Laingwa, proceed.
Yes. The Human Resource Officer, Faith Kimwok.
Ms. Rob, kindly.
There is an officer who is working with our human resource office by the name Faith Kipngok. Was this one also seconded? And are you aware of the same said officer?
Okay, through the chair, maybe we need to confirm on that because we are not aware of any such a kind of secondment of such a staff.
So you're confirming to this committee that Public Service Board, Baringo Public Service Board are not aware of the one Faith Kipngok, who is working at the Human Resource Department. You're not on mic?
Okay, Chair, we are confirming that we are not aware of one Faith Kipngok on secondment to Baringo County.
And Mr. Munge, while we are at that, kindly produce the correspondence from the Treasury that the budgetary implication on Dr. Kangor with the where he comes from before close of business today. Are you confirming to this house? You are not on record.
Chair, we are going to table that document. We are not anticipated, but the document is there.
You just confirming to this committee that you are tabling is today before end of business?
Yes, Chair.
Let the chair confirm as well.
Yes, Madam Chair. You should be able to retrieve that information or those documents.
Kindly pull your mic. You're not on record.
Yes, we are going to retrieve the documents and present.
And as the chair board of Baringo County, you're confirming as well that you don't know the one Faith Kipngok.
I'm hearing it from you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Aengwa, because you're on this matter, let's clear with Honorable Aengwa so that I close that matter from. Okay, allowed.
Adding something. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chair of Service Board, are you conversant with the County Government Act number 73, 4 and 5, which reads, the County Public Service Board shall not allow a public officer to proceed on secondment if it is not in the interest of public officer or the concerned county public service. 2, 4, 5. The County Public Service Board making a decision on secondment shall not allow the secondment unless it has considered the representation by the concerned authorized officers or head of department. Now, it was through this committee that we learned about one Faith Kipngok. And there is a letter from the county secretary telling the department to deploy the said officer to HR. And you are saying you are not aware. Have you in any way delegated your duties as service board to county secretary that now deployment is done by him and anything is done by him? I want to ask another second question so that we may conclude on deployment. Is it this board which deployed the ward administrator Churo from being agriculture officer to ward administrator? Is it still this board who deployed leather production officer to Kolowa ward administrator? Number 72, 2 of County Government Act says the power to deploy a county public officer from one department to another shall vest in the head of the County Public Service Board. Are you aware? Thank you, Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Aengwa, to make your submission so that they give us, note the questions from Honorable Locales, and I would like Honorable Aengwa to wind up so that he proceed to the next member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to conclude the issue of Faith Kipngok, and I want to make the board aware that this Faith Kimwok is a prison officer. We are told, and which you will go and confirm, that is not even paid by the by this county. Is a stranger handling important documents or data in the Human Resource Office. Yet the whole function is vested in you. That delegation, let me be faster so that I give to my colleagues. Now I just want to ask the board about promotions. Since you came into office, have you been engaged in promoting our workers? And if yes, just answer me. Yes, have you, in your term of office, have you promoted our workers?
And as you continue to consult, are you aware of the Data Protection Act?
Yes, we are aware of the Data Protection Act, Honorable Chair, and it restricts what kind of information, personal information may be shared without permission or on what authority they may be shared. Yes, so we are aware about the Data Protection Act.
And on that note, I'm talking about the sensitive documents that are there in our HR, and they are very, you know how they are. And here we are as Baringo County, we allow strangers to just get into those departments. And I'm aware that we even don't have our HR is also was not even consulted over that issue. Proceed to answer the questions of Honorable Locales and Ayengo as we conclude on this matter.
Okay, let me keep Munge to answer that question on HR.
Chair. The question from Honorable Locales about Kipngok. We deal with correspondences through the CS. All requests emanate from the department to the CS. To date, we have not received a request of secondment for Kipngok. We have never seen. So it's a stranger to us. We are getting it for the first time.
So the law, you are confirming that the law has been violated?
Yes, because any secondment has to be approved by the board. But we have never received such correspondence.
That is
then
good.
On the case of ALF, we did recruit staff, agriculture, livestock, and fisheries. We gave the authority to the CS for deployment only. But later on, they were posted, redesignated actually, without the knowledge of the board. We have never received any correspondence or any request from the CS on the same.
Hi. Let's go to
Honorable Locales.
Yeah, so Mr. Munge, you're confirming that the deployment was not done by the board.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Munge,
Christian, you cannot interject on that point because we want to
Munge.
confirm what Munge was saying,
Yes.
so that it goes on record.
Locales is raising is an issue of redesignation.
Yes.
We didn't redesignate. That is not an issue of deployment. It's actually supposed to have come to the Public Service Board for approval.
Well,
so the officers were designated by the secretary, the county secretary, and not the board. That is it. Just say yes or no.
We have not received the letters
No,
to show.
that's, you
yeah,
did not do the
it must have
process.
been done in the office of the county secretary.
So the secretary, the county secretary, is the one now taking the powers of the board.
That is
to
what
do-
we are learning now, Honorable Locales, and we shall go and find out further.
Madam Chair, it is evident, very clear. that the
Honorable,
account
Honorable Locales, it's clear and
Yes.
everyone is watching. Honorable Laengo, kindly proceed and finish. And before we conclude on that matter of one Kimwok, I want to rule through this committee. And I want us to help the people of Baringo County. The one Faith Kimwok is a stranger in this county public service board, which is very dangerous. We want to help you do your assignment. Please communicate officially and immediately for the Faith Kimwok to go back to where she came from. And please protect our very sensitive department as the board. Proceed, Honorable Ayengo.
On the issue of
And
promotions.
on that note, kindly Chair confirm.
What is the criteria or guidelines that you follow when you are promoting workers?
Thank you. Promotions are defined by...
Because, so that you answer me well, because we've got some cases where complaints arise. Someone has worked for 10 years, 15 years, no promotion. Others progressively are being promoted.
All right, thank you.
Is that the case?
I can't tell whether that's the case or not. It has to be discussed, analyzed to be so that we can know.
But
whether
do we have cases where workers have stayed for even 10 years? Do we have such cases?
Probably not 10 years, but longer than usual. Usually, Chair.
Can we have a time frame? It can be longer than usual, but what is that? Cap it at 10, 8 years, 5 years?
From the analysis that we got in 2020, we discovered that several staff had stagnated for as many as 6 years, some 7 years, some 8 years. So when you want to promote staff, you promote them on merit based on performance. So the controlling officer or supervisor must recommend that this person meets the criteria for promotion and is consistent with the schemes of service. In some cases, especially in the health professions, it is also guided by the collective bargaining agreements
CBS.
that are normally signed between unions and employers.
I want you, don't confine yourself to health department. I know those ones have unions.
Even other categories have unions also.
But like even our casual contracted staff, I know they are not promoted, but contractual staff.
Even contractual staff cannot be promoted because they are a fixed term. They are serving a fixed term. Only P&P employees may be promoted based on their schemes of service, and in the case of collective bargaining agreements, any CBAs that have been signed, but normally it has to be given with a caveat that subject to availability of vacancies and funds.
Can I give you an example, Mr. Gibi?
Yes.
we were having payroll manager here yesterday. He said since he came into office, he has never been promoted.
You promote somebody to a position that is vacant, and you promote somebody to a position that has been recommended to, and you promote someone only if you have budgetary provisions to cater for the implications of promoting. Promoting someone will call for higher allowances, and therefore, if you need to promote someone, you must first of all have budget to be able to execute it.
Is it a must that when you are promoting, you must take to another position?
Yes.
I thought you, if it is job group L, you take to job group M.
That is a promotion from a lower group to a higher job group.
Is that not promotion, or maybe the English has...
What is a promotion? A promotion is being
Is it moving from maybe another office to another office?
No, that's a transfer.
So what do we mean? I thought promotion, it is in job groups. That when you are in job group J,
yes,
I've made a scheme of service. I was also once, you move after 3 years scheme of service, maybe even for teachers or other cadres, after 3 years, you progress to the next job group. That is actually what I'm asking. Is there any progression for workers?
Through the chair, let me give Mungu, who is the chair of our recruitment.
So that we don't confuse ourselves, yet it is so clear. Yes.
We have two types of promotion. There are those we promote under the common cadre, where the movement is not restrictive, but subject to availability of funds. But for the case of officers in job group, the higher job groups, the department must make a requisition to say that they want to promote this number of staff and there's availability of funds, and then we might have maybe an internal advert or even review. We can review the suitability through a suitability interview. And that position must exist. Some of the staff you have mentioned in the establishment, there is no position above where the positions they are currently in. So unless they are redesignated, they move to other departments, which some of them have also made requests lately, which the board is going through. It is in the process.
Honorable Laengo.
I think that one is not, I'm not satisfied with the answer. I'm not satisfied with the answer, Mr. Munge. That when promotion is done, I know you say 2, the higher cadre. What we are interested so much is these people who normally always complain, job group J, awal wachini, job group G, what must they always do? And in this county, do we have a scheme of service?
Baringo, the HR director is here, the custodian of the scheme of service, whatever is required when it comes to promotion and other HR issues.
Before you, I would like to, Honorable Sharon, to wind up so that you answer the questions, and I would like to know, Honorable Lekakimon also is online. Are you still on the issue of Honorable Laengo? No. Okay, Honorable Sharon, wind up, and then we give it to the HR.
Mine is on that issue of promotion. And since this board came into place, how many promotions have you done so far? Taking into account that it is not regular to have an employee stagnating in the same level, or like, for example, I can give you an example. There's a driver called Sharon in Eldama Ravine who is driving 207. It is irregular. Is it because we do not have enough funds? Because we have information that there are officers in Baringo County who have made requests for promotions. We have departments that have made requests for promotion of their officers, and nothing has been done by the board. And you can hear from Munge, commissioner. He has just said that it's still in the process. And one thing about this board, everything is still in the process. Nothing has been done. So please.
And also the issue of this at job group R, this is a competitive position whereby there has to be an advert for one to be placed in that place. So the department also are the ones who should initiate if there is an opening by confirming the establishment. Okay, so I'll talk generally on the matters to do with promotions. Promotions, as was mentioned by the CEO, were done, I think, in 2021. And we normally base on the budget. We normally base on also on the establishment. So, and also one's qualification. We have cadres whereby they are common establishment, whereby we expect a staff to move automatically after 3 years. But we have positions whereby you need to meet certain qualifications for you to proceed to the next levels. So in cases whereby a certain staff has not made the necessary qualification for one to proceed to such a level, that is when we have staff stagnating, others proceeding, and others remaining in their previous positions. So, Honorable Sharon, you've mentioned the case of a driver in Eldamaravine by the name Sharon. So we just need to confirm and be certain that did that staff meet the qualification as at that time when the massive promotions were done. Those are the things which maybe we can take up as the board and ensure that if it was a case of omission, then we'll be able to check on that. But one should meet the minimum qualification and for one to progress to the next level. So that is what normally happens when we come to matters promotion. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ayengwa, if you're satisfied, kindly Honorable Lekakimon proceed with your questions.
Let me wind up with one question, Honorable Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Ayengwa.
What is the linkage between the board and the county secretary in regarding to recruitment process?
Through the chair.
Proceed, CSKB.
Yes, I will also at the end of my comment give Commissioner Christine to comment, but the nexus between the county secretary and the county public service board is established in the County Governments Act. The county secretary is an officer in the county public service, that is section 44 of the County Governments Act, and is also designated as the head of county public service. And section 57 establishes the board with its functions in section 59, and section 86 says the board may delegate some of its functions to the county secretary, and therefore the role of the county secretary is to implement decisions of the board.
Which, between you, the board, and the county secretary, who is superior than the other?
I have just told you,
now that is
Honorable Ayengo.
All the time there is the county secretary, the service board. There is always push and pull between the county secretary's office and the board. So sometimes you delegate your responsibilities to them, to him, in terms of recruitment and maybe signing of letters, employment letters. So who is above who here?
Through the chair, I have just mentioned that the county secretary is an officer in the county public service. Section 44 of the County Governments Act. So let Commissioner Christine comment.
Because, you know, the reason why we are saying this is, we've seen in most cases, there is conflict always. You are not even aware that someone is in the human resource office. Is it not true? So who is supposed to be doing all these things? You know, there is confusion. There is total confusion here. Because there are some employees who have already been sneaked in, they are working, you are not aware.
Remember, Honorable Ayengwa, through the chair, that Section 46 of the County Governments Act gives executive authority to the governor and the cabinet to establish departments and run the functions of the county public service through departments. And the head of county public service is the county secretary. But because Section 44 establishes the office of the County Secretary and as an officer in the County Public Service, and the board superintends over the County Public Service, it goes without saying that the County Secretary should take instructions from the board.
Yeah, now coming clear. So the board is superior.
However, there is a complication about
the board is superior. So whatever is happening down there
Yes.
is just about monkey business.
At this point of now CSKB now, would you want to be the CS board or the CS executive? Proceed, members. Honorable Christine, our commissioner, you wind up as we move to the questions from Honorable Lekagimon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to say that in public service, everyone has a role to do. We are all serving public at different roles. So the roles for County Public Service Board is different from the roles of the County Secretary. And we believe that everyone is competent in that particular position because we were all appointed as having the capacity to do that particular work.
Are you saying what CSKB was saying, that the CS, who in this case in our government is Chief Kony, the Public Service Board is superior, is actually, the secretary should be taking instructions from the board? Are you trying to say all of you are equal?
No, what I want to say, what I'm saying, Madam Chair, is that we have different roles, and roles for board is different, and the one for the County Secretary is different. On matters, I just wanted to give an elaboration on the issue of deployment for a question that was asked by Honorable Locales, that the public service...
Commissioner, be guided. When you've ruled a point, we move to the next question. Honorable Lekakimon, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Honorable Lekakimon, MCL Jamus, and member of this committee. Now I have some questions to ask the board, and I just want to say that let us be precise and to the point so that we move very fast, because we have a number of issues that concerns this board. Chair, one of your roles is recruitment of personnel and staff. Are there any specific mechanism? I'm talking here of specific mechanism put in place to ensure inclusivity in recruitment process. Do we have those specific mechanisms that you put in place that ensures that there is inclusivity? Inclusivity here is considering gender, age, disability, and minority groups. Do you have the specific mechanism, and how are they implemented?
It's true, inclusivity is embedded in law. It's in the Constitution, it's in the County Government Act. So when we are doing recruitment, for sure we take into considerations the PWDs, the minority, the gender, the marginalized, and so forth. So it's embedded in law, and you cannot run away from it. We have to take that into consideration.
So this committee wants to know, how did you go about it? Let's say, for example, you advertised for 22 positions or 123 positions. Do you have a mechanism, that a formula, that out of this number that we're employing, there is this percentage of the disabled, there is this percentage of gender, or how do you go about it?
Of course, we do the long listing, then the short listing. So during the short listing, that is when we look at it, with that tooth comb to check that in this shortlist we ensure we have the PWD in that shortlist. That is where it begins. We make sure we have the Nubians of this world. We make sure we have the Swahilis in that shortlist. Those who have applied, and they must also meet the minimum requirements. Because there is when you're advertising, you put the minimum requirements. And so we look at it.
So even in any recruitment, when we look at all that you recruited, when we go through them, you have considered all those cadres, those people, ages, and so on?
Definitely, we include them if they meet the minimum requirement.
For example, this you recruited recently revenue clerks. How many disabled do you consider in the recruitment, or the minority groups?
Unfortunately, Madam Chair, the process was stopped before we analyzed the data. Yes.
Okay. You want to add something?
Mr. Munga, you are not on record.
Thank you, Chair. Chair said after, when we shortlist, we look at those who have actually met the minimum requirements. And for the case of the revenue clerks, you remember that we tabled documents of the shortlist, and in that shortlist, we showed the number of the PWDs, the minority groups, and those even coming from outside this county, as the law requires. So the process was stopped. So maybe the end product will come.
But Mr. Munge, as we are aware, all of us, and it's clear that there's a process that you took that is very clear. We will not contest, and we didn't stop. You've reached a point that we have the 30 names as we speak, because you did a process that was very fair, free and fair, which is you have 30 names already. So I want to make it clear from that point, so that when Kakimon proceed to his point of information.
Chair, the Honorable Kakimon was asking about the revenue clerks, which we have at the point.
And the question he was asking you was about PWD. So
Yeah.
at this point over now, we know the 30. We cannot have a PWD because it was about running in the field. So we cannot have a PWD probably. Or somebody who cannot see, cannot run. Somebody who cannot walk, cannot run. So probably maybe you can talk, just be factual to Honorable
For the
Kakimon.
revenue clerks, there were 4. 4 PWD were shortlisted and interviewed.
So what we just want is that there is a mechanism.
Yes.
In every recruitment, you consider this...
guided by the law.
Guided by the law.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, let me go.
Proceed, Honorable Sharon, even on that matter of Honorable Kakimon.
On that issue of ensuring that we bring the marginalized group, which includes the youth, people living with disability, the minority groups, women, gender. So you want to say in all the recruitments that you've done in Baringo County, since you came into office, you've considered that parameter?
Through the chair.
Mr. Munge, proceed.
Yeah, through the chair. That is very true, because a recruitment, if we have not balanced those parameters.
Okay, let me ask you, how many in the current, in our government right now, Baringo County, how many people do we have as our employees who are living with disability?
Through the chair, Honorable Keter,
Proceed,
I think that information was, you see, you have asked me the question. So if I am to confirm, I have to table facts, because you are giving us
the child can confirm. Please confirm if we have 44 people, and please let us know what the law says about in our government. Is it 5%? Is it 1%? What is the percentage? And if that, and also on minority groups, and Ngotia is here. especially, specifically the Nubian community.
Thank you.
The Nubian community. Even in the last employments that you did, let's not even talk about the enforcement officers, because for sure that one has been stalled for a moment. I've not even finished my question.
You allow the honorable member to finish, and then I'll give you your opportunity, Mr. Munge.
And something, Chair, that I would want to put on record is that this public service board is on defense mode. They're just defending themselves. They don't want to bring facts, and that should be taken into account. I'm asking,
Noted, Honorable Sharon, proceed.
Yes, I'm asking, before the recent, there was a recruitment that was done before enforcement officers. Can you tell us if you took into consideration the 5% when it comes to people living with disability, the young people, the youth, the Nubians and other marginalized communities, Swahili and Kikuyu in this county, if you've employed them? And if you don't have the information, the HR can check, especially the appointments that were done just before the enforcement. You can give us the data and see how it was distributed.
Honorable Sharon, I can help you. The HR, you can produce the one for agriculture because it was recently,
Yes.
the one that was 123, so that we can be able to be accountable on that note.
Yeah, and I can follow up my questions once we are done with that. So once they produce the information, I'll be able to proceed. Thank you.
Proceed, Mr. Munge.
Chair, through the chair, Honorable Keter, you have asked, it is not true that we are on a defense mode. This is a question which we didn't anticipate, and the records are there. If you give us time, we shall table the records. You have referred to the ward which Honorable Ngotie is coming from. We have employed Nubians, Turkanas, and Kikuyus. But I cannot say how many because we are going to table that. So it is not, we are not on a defense mode.
Honorable,
we've not refused, and that's why I've given the HR a chance to produce the information.
Yeah, give us time because it is the office.
No, the HR is okay with the production. She said that she's okay. I don't know why you're defending somebody who is okay with giving the information.
Honorable Munge, Honorable Sharon, let the HR confirm that indeed you are producing that information right away, or we give you time.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think we need some time for us to compile and table that report.
How long do you need, how long, HR?
Depending on when the session will end, but you can give us until next week on Tuesday, because if the session ends...
HR, you want to tell me?
Yes.
We wait for such a simple information for 2 days.
Okay, maybe you'll give me a chance to liaise with the office, then I can give the feedback.
I'm ruling it, HR.
Okay.
You're producing it on Monday.
It's a public holiday.
On Tuesday at 10. Sorry, I didn't know it was an holiday. On Tuesday at 10 a.m.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We'll do so.
Proceed. Honorable Locales, and please, members, let's wind up on these issues so that we move.
Thank you, Chair.
Faster.
Chair, I'm also interested on the same issue that Sharon and Honorable Lekakimon were asking. There was a recent recruitment which was done last year of 9 staff. There were 9. The advertisement came around April, May, and it was ending around June. And 9 people. There were some cadres advertised, and I think I have the copy. I have the copy, Madam Chair. They were advertising.
Proceed, Honorable
They were advertising Director of Human Resource, Sub-County Administrators, Baringo South, Director Governors Press Unit, Director Governors Delivery Unit, Economist Governors Delivery Unit, Actuarial Officer Governors Delivery Unit, Communication Officer, Chief Agriculture Officer Governors Delivery Unit, and Accountant 1. I want to ask, was the process, recruitment process that CSKB highlighted, was it followed to the letter that the marginalized communities were in this list of 9? Was the minority involved? was the affirmative action, which is part of the recruitment process. Did you include in when you were doing the final wrap-up of these 9 members? Or all the 9 positions went to the majority? Did you also consider the different diverse religions? Because from the people of Muslim community, they are complaining. It is in public domain. They are complaining that you have left them out in the recruitment process, and also finalize when you are picking them. You are considering only the Christians. You have never considered a Muslim from this county of Baringo, especially in this one. And lastly, Madam Chair, you also recruited 13 drivers recently from Ravine. Did you include the Nubians and the Muslim in this recruitment? Because they have been awarded their letters. Did you include the Nubians and the Muslim? For you are now considering the larger lists mentioning about those who have been considered as it was fair. I want you now to be categorical on this one, the 9 and the 13, kindly.
Chair, proceed.
Madam Chair, these 9, when we advertised, of course, we received the applicants or applications. Then it goes through the process of long listing, shortlisting. I can't remember whether any of those people you have mentioned were included unless we check to see whether they were included. So for the 13, similarly, it is difficult at this point in time to know whether they were included unless we check. Which one?
Chair,
Honorable
my
Lekales,
concern-
since your questions are, the number you're asking is
9.
It's short.
I
It's 9 and 13.
I want to be very precise, because this is what I have the advert. In fact, the other 13 I don't have the advert. Can we now measure on the 9 kindly? So because that's another case. Can we measure on this 9? Did you consider the marginalized, the Jamus communities, the Ndunubis, the minorities, the marginalized, the Pokot communities? Were they, or did you, in your list, because you're saying this is our guideline, this is what we do when doing selection, or your lists are predetermined by the executive? You have direct or express orders from the governor to employ so and so, and therefore you are acting on express orders. Confirm to this committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Munge, proceed.
I wish to answer Honorable Locales. When we placed that advert, it was based on requirements in a scheme of service for each cadre. It was not predetermined. And when we shortlisted, we were going for specific skills as per the scheme of service. And we were able to pick the people who came for the interview as per the scheme of service. So some of those minorities and the others might have fell on the way because they did not meet the requirements. And then also when it comes to the actual interview, the scores, remember some of them were M&E officers, there's a nature director, these are skilled staff. And we go for the best because there are only 9, we could not actually distribute these to the wards. So we were going for specific qualifications, and it was determined by the...
Yeah, I think my question is, because I'm not basing on words. I'm not even dealing about words. But to be fair, recruitment to be fair must consider the minority, marginalized, and also there must be an aspect of affirmative action to areas which are marginalized and special groups. You are not live to that reality as a board, or you have drawn it you have decided to be an ignorant because of what I am saying, predetermined.
Proceed, Mr. Munga.
These were only 9, and we look at the global, the overall recruitment in the county, but for this specific one, we are going for specific skills. So if we picked women, it takes care of a certain category. And you might realize that some of them, like in the last one, there was a Luo, who is an engineer. So we are varying, but when overall we balance later on when it comes to other cadres. For if you check,
that is the 30%.
Honorable Locales, you're
Yes.
asking very valid
Yes.
questions so that we look at this thing critically.
Yes.
Let me allow the board, because I've seen you've given me very detailed information in this, and it entails the recruitment process, and you have the documentation. I allow you to table those documents for Honorable Locales for perusal, because the one who were employed and the process that you took, so that we're able to see were there minorities, were there PWDs, then we'll get to know whether justice was done.
Thank you. And Madam Chair also,
Honorable Locales,
yes, so that
I've ruled on that issue.
I'm finalizing only on one.
Honorable Locales, I've ruled on that issue of the 9 employees. If you're going on that issue, we are not going to go back to that issue. I've ruled. They are going to provide the documentation about that issue. And if you have a question, we'll still have a chance to interrogate the service board again. Thank you, Honorable Locales. Honorable Lagakimon.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a question that all issues we are raising here, this board has transferred our county. And these are the issues that were raised in almost all the 6 counties, the 6 sub-counties we have, that the board is not having a mechanism when it comes to recruitment of any personnel on issues of inclusivity. So this is now that after the explanation, then you should know that we need these mechanisms in place. Chair, let me go for the second question. Is the board aware or receive complaints of alleged bribery allegations against itself over recruitment exercise in the county? Are you aware? Have you received some allegations of bribery or of jobs in this county? Are you aware of that? Have you received complaints of applicants having complained that there is some bribery going on during this exercise?
Proceed, CSKB.
Through the chair, we have come to learn, especially in social media, on allegations of bribery, and we have addressed this concern by analyzing whether we have gotten any reports. We can tell you that the only reports we have got are verbal reports of people calling prospective candidates and saying they are from the board, and those are cases of sheer impersonation, and we have reported these matters to the DCI for investigations. Number 2, we have also addressed this matter of concern by giving a warning to our stakeholders, including prospective applicants, not to deal with any other person who is probably impersonating the board, and not to pay any money to anyone, and to report such persons either to the board or to other lawful authorities. And we have not received any information about any alleged bribes, but we have heard about the allegations in social media, and we have released information to the public on what to do in that instance.
Before you proceed, Honorable Lekakimon, can you table the OB to this committee that you reported to the police?
I cannot remember right now, but there are several OPs we have filed. If you give us time, we shall table the OBs.
Please proceed to table that document with the one for the HR on Tuesday, 10 a.m. Honorable Lekakimon, proceed.
So you said you only reported to the DCI, you have not reported to ASCC? Bado? Now, so you said there is none of the allegations that picks one of you, that you allege that you did some bribery?
Not to our knowledge.
Not to your knowledge.
Honorable Sharon, you have something on that case, on that matter?
On that particular matter, Chair, we have had a few people who are willing to give their evidence in camera against some of the commissioners here. I don't know if you are ready to face your accusers. If you're one of them, let's say, Kibi, would you be ready to face your accusers?
Yes, let them table the facts, and we shall.
You will be ready to face the accusers.
Correct.
Because there are such allegations, and witnesses are ready to give evidence.
Proceed, Honorable Lekakimon.
I think, Madam Chair, I think I can stop on the issues of bribery. I stop at that. Now, let me go to my last question to the board. In the year 2017, a total of 17 revenue clerks were employed on permanent and pensionable terms. They were issued with appointment letters, but they were told to wait for posting. Why are the officers not working 8 years down the line? And what have you done to help them? Are you aware of the 17 revenue clerks that were employed on July 2017? They were given permanent letters. Posting was done by 1st September the same year, and they have not been deployed anywhere. Could this board explain to us why?
CSKB, do you want to?
Commissioner Lentete will answer.
Your mic is on, that is why I'm pointing you out. You're not on mic, Chair.
Madam Chair, I was saying we have Mr. Lentete to respond to that.
Commissioner Lentete.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. If I heard the member right, he's asking whether we are aware that the board is aware that there are 2017 revenue clerks who are hired.
Commissioner Lentete, please be audible. We can't hear you well.
Yes. It is indeed true that I think word is going round that there are 17 revenue clerks who were hired around the transition period, 2017, and they were issued those letters, as the member stated, around 1st of September 2017. And when we put our minds into this issue, Honorable Chair, we found out that the initial board for this county public, for this Baringo County, the public service board then did its part. Indeed, I think around October, around March, around in the year 2017, it did an advert, and they received applications. They processed everything all the way to the successful candidates, and the posting order, Madam Chair, is done by the. It's not the office of the county. I mean, it's not the county public service board. So the board had done its part conclusively up to the end.
So you want us to treat that matter like the words going round? You are not aware? Are you aware of that matter?
They are aware. They say they are aware.
Commissioner Lented, are you aware, or is there still words going around?
We do have, I think, Madam Chair, we do not have a formal, maybe I confirm from Kibi, but we do have a formal complaint to that matter, to that effect, either from the office of the CS or from the...
And CS Kibi guided, there was a witness here, and she said, and we will call that witness. She had made a visit to the chair of the board and CS Kibi specifically. Even if it's verbal, please confirm to this committee that you've come across those employees, those people who have permanent and pensionable letters before you answer, so that I get to clear the word Commissioner is using, that words going round.
Madam Chair, it has come to our knowledge that such people were issued with letters, and we have reviewed the appointment letters and noted that they did not report to work, and therefore, if
are the letters valid?
Not anymore.
I'm saying, were they valid, that it was issued
at that
from
time?
the
They were
previous?
valid, but take note, we want to inform the House that the Employment Act, Section 90, gives a limitation of actions if an employee does not accept their appointment letters or does not report to work within 30 days, then that employment letter may be invalid. But if the person has worked and for any reason did not continue to work, and not for any reason did not continue to work, if they were not posted for any reason, they should have complained under the labor law. The Employment Act specifically says they should bring their complaints within 90 days.
Honorable Sharon, it's an interjection, Honorable Legakmon, allow so that, or you proceed.
There is an interjection, Madam Chair, from our legal officer, if it helps.
Honorable Sharon came in first before you.
Okay.
Allow me to state that these employees that were employed legally by Baringo County government, they had a legitimate expectation that they would be posted by the Baringo County government. We can now not purport to try to navigate through the law and to say that, that their letters are no longer valid. There is already a case that is before court, and that we cannot talk about, and you are actually, I know you're already conversant with the case that is ongoing of one of them. And these people have been coming to your office. And I know the limitation of, the Limitation Act provides that after 3 years you cannot sue, you cannot make after 3 years, you have up to 3 years to make a claim when it comes to matters of employment. But these people, they've been coming year in, year out. So their cause of action have been accruing since 2017 to date. They've never stopped coming to your offices. So you cannot, again, use the law to punish the people of Baringo County who are given letters by the board. And you know, you cannot say that it was the previous board. Remember that you are continuing with their work. You are continuing with their work. Let's remember that. And for the sake of not even putting so much emphasis on this point, Chair, can we retreat into our report writing and do a recommendation in that regard? And one thing I need to tell this board, recently, they did an advert employing other people. They want to bring other people on board, yet there were these 17 employees who had already been given employment letters. Was it logical? Did it make sense to employ new people, having in mind that we have casual workers? We have 17 workers who already have a letter, and the only thing that was remaining was for them to be placed at their different stations. And Chair, let's not belabor this point.
So that I be fair to the chair, I will only allow the chair of the board. I'm allowing the chair to the board to respond on that issue as like Kimon takes over, so that we get to hear from them, and from there we can pick it up as the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will make a comment and then give to our legal officer. But this is what I want to say. The board in 2017.
Chair, I've donated you one opportunity to explain that issue, and I don't want us to belabor because already Kibi has explained. If it's an issue of legal issue, you can allow your legal officer to explain to us, and then we move from that matter.
Okay, let me give the legal officer. But if you can give me one.
Okay, proceed, Chair.
3 seconds. Madam Chair.
Proceed.
The board in 2017 advertised these 17 positions.
That we are aware. You want to
Yes.
repeat the same
No,
stories?
let me finish. Allow me.
But don't tell me about the stories that Kibi has told us. They've talked about the previous board. Just go to straight to the point, what you want
So
this
what I'm
house
saying
to be
is-
informed.
So what I'm saying is, the adverts was done. These people were recruited through the process. They were employed. They got their appointment letters. Then they reported. They were posted to the county secretary for posting. What happened from there? Why is it that they didn't report to their stations or their departments? What happened? After doing the due diligence, the board had having done its due diligence.
Proceed,
They
Chair.
went to the board. They went to the head of county public service for posting. What happened?
Because I had ruled, I would want us to allow to give fair hearing to the chair, and then I come back to the members.
Yes.
And I've given you, I will be fair enough. I had given you an opportunity to say anything that you would not want your legal officer to say. But I can see you
mine is
want,
just that-
no, you want to conclude that matter to the end, and then I proceed.
Please allow our legal officer to say. I took 1 second. So
Chair, then conclude. You know you are repeating yourself on the same issues, and you're not telling us anything
what
new.
I'm saying, Madam Chair, is that the board having completed the process, these officers got appointment letters, and they went to the head of county public service for posting. We are not told what happened from there. Why is it that the board, that matter is brought back to the board when we completed the job?
So you want us as the committee to say, as the board, you did your job and you finished. We just look for the person who is liable to that issue.
Why were they not posted to the department?
Chair, you've made a very good clarification. I will not allow anyone to respond because he's the chair and he has ruled. He's your boss. You cannot talk after your boss. I will proceed to Honorable Kakimon.
I think, thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, this is a very emotive matter of our employees in this county. And we just want to know who overturned the decision that you made that these employees were not employed. Because the boards are perpetual. And if you are perpetual, we are wondering what we wanted from you as a board. What have you done in good faith? What have you done having realized that these employees have stayed for those years and they have your permanent letters, appointment, and they have not got the job? Have you taken any step as a current board?
Let me now allow the legal officer to finish because you are given a leeway by your chair, and then we close that matter. Because I'm sure you've exonerated yourself, and it's very clear. The legal officer, Judith.
Thank you so much, Chair. When this matter came before board, the board looked at Section 45 of the PMF Act, which states that the funds which have been allocated, if the financial year ends, the funds are spent, the money will lapse automatically. So the board came to a solution that it will have it had a consultative meeting with the executive.
Legal officer, did you take an oath?
Yes.
Why are you misleading the House? Did you listen to your CS Kibi? Did you listen to your Commissioner Lentete? But honestly, so we can say CSQB and the chairman lied to this committee. So please allow me to close on this matter. I don't want us to lie to the people of Baringo County, and they are our children, remember. From A to Z, I would want us, the chair's rule, honorable members, allow me, because I've been listening. And you know we are dealing with our children. I don't want us to make those children feel more pain in this committee, and all of us come from Baringo County. If we run away from this issue, and you know we are the responsible people, even MCA Honorable Sialo, there are children who come from your ward. Would you want us to talk like that in this house? I want us to make this issue to an end. And the board have exonerated themselves that they are not responsible from where they stand because the letters was issued from the board. Now, members, let's move to the next step to get to know where the injustices happen in Baringo County. I raised that matter at that point, and please, Honorable Lekakimon, you know the heavy part that you carry from that issue. You've carried it from this house since I was sworn in. You've asked those questions and we've never had answers. I want to beseech this house today that those children are ours. They are watching these proceedings continuing, and probably we've even lost one of them. So please, let's close that matter, and members, let's refrain ourselves from that issue, and we move to the next question. Proceed, members. It's your turn, Honorable Sialo. And if Honorable Lekakimon, you're not going to talk about that matter, you proceed.
Madam Chair, I think I will not go to based on that matter, but I want to say as an awareness that this August House of the Assembly has discussed over this matter and they gave a ruling. And that ruling, Madam Chair, I think the employees should be considered as the ruling of this House. Thank you.
I've noted, Honorable Lekakimon, and I've noted, as you elected MCA from Il Chamus ward, that you've carried this matter with a big heart, and those people should feel represented by all of us. Honorable Sialo, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have several questions to the board. And before we even go into the questions, I would like to know if the director, HR in the Public Service Board, he is a registered member of IHRM. And if it's so, you can share your details.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, I think I can make a clarification on my qualifications. Sorry, I hold a bachelor's degree, Bachelor of Arts. I also have a Master of Science in Human Resource Management. I have a diploma in HRM. I've done CHRPK, and I'm a licensed HR person. I practice. Thank you.
Through the chair, I think she can table the details so that we can confirm.
I think that's in order. You can share your number with the clerks so that we can confirm. Proceed, HR, to share your membership number, HRM number.
Okay, just in a few, let me just confirm, because my membership number was 5191. Let me get you the license number.
It's okay.
And the CHRPK number.
Kindly do it. Honorable Shalo, you can proceed.
Thank you. To the board chair and the board members, recently there was an extension of contracts or renewal of contracts. You did renew contracts for some of the staff, and there were other staff that you didn't renew their contracts. I don't know why. Recently again, there was extension of contract of the current human resource manager in the executive. He was given an extension contract for 5 years. Later on, the first extension contract for 5 years was recalled, and it was issued with another one for 3 years. Why? Who recalled it, and why did this happen? I think you should know these questions so that when you answer, you answer them conclusively. There are some of the staff, I don't know if you're aware, that there are some of the staff who worked under the office of the current CS, but then it was the DG. Several of them, their contracts were renewed, while there were staff who used to work under the office of the former governor, Honorable Kiptis, that was sent home. And if there is such a case, who renewed or who extended the contracts of those employees? Are you responsible? Or are you the ones who extended the contract of those employees? There were other staff who worked under the office of the GDU, and we understand one of them, by the name Zephania Kurere, his contract was renewed and was sent to manage Chemasusu Water under the same job description and under the same job group. And if that was the case, then why didn't you renew the other members of the GDU? Why Zephania Kurere alone? Was those positions that were renewed, the staff that were working under the DG, were they advertised or competitively sourced, or it was just done by an individual somewhere? My last question is, you said, Chair, that one of the roles and responsibilities of your board is to provide annual report to the County Assembly. I want you to confirm to this honorable committee if you have been complying to that role.
Thank you, Honorable Sialo. I think all matters that are raised by members are directed to the chair unless the chair delegates to any member, any of the board member to respond. Therefore, Chair, I expect that you take up the matter, and if you delegate on record that so and so to respond to this question. Thank you. Be guided.
Chair, there's a question that I had forgotten to ask. Is about the 7...
Proceed, Honorable Sialo.
Thank you, Chair, through the Chair. We had other 7 or 4 employees, 7 of them. 3 were absorbed, the contract were renewed, and 3 were left out. I don't know what was the reason behind that. Why were these others left? And are they not supposed to be given fair consideration? So I think you are aware of the 4, and the 3, so you can respond. But if you do not know, I can read the names for your confirmation.
Maybe you may explain which department are you speaking about?
Well, under the office of the governor, communication department.
Noted.
Some of them I think were, the DG's office.
The DG and the office of the governor. Honorable Ayengo, do you have any interjection?
In that regard, Honorable Chair, those who are left out was one by the name Marvin Kayumbi, acting as resident manager to governor. Second one is Lucy Kibrono, acting as secretary in the office of the DG. Third, Gladys Kipsang, acting as secretary in the CS office. Catherine Kibruto, acting as secretary in the office of devolution. There were also others, Honorable Chair, that were left out. And I don't know why the discrimination.
Do you have the list, Honorable Member?
I will provide the list.
As you have read the others, if you still have the list, you can read for them. for the purposes of.
I will provide a list, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Let's hear from the chair.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, it seems Honorable Shallow is not yet done. Honorable Shallow, what's it?
I think I have the list. I didn't want to read, but if we find out that they do not know the names, then we will. But I believe they are the employers. They know them. They know them. So let them proceed. We will interject at some point.
Thank you, Honorable Shallow. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will hand over to Mr. Munge to prosecute that. Thank you.
So, thank you. Mr. Munge, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, I'll touch on three questions. One is on GDU. These are staff, this is the Governor Delivery Unit, and I'm happy that the member who has asked was once the head of GDU. And these are staff within the office of the Governor. And normally, a request is made by the County Secretary for appointments we advertise. So there was a request for extension of contract for one whom maybe His Excellency the Governor felt that he would want to work with because it is within his, for GDU, it is actually, the Governor can do that extension. It is not just like contracts. So we only received a renewal for one, which was done for GDU. We didn't receive for the others, so we don't know what happened to the others.
So, Mr. Munge, you are saying the allegations that there were some members who were confirmed. And it must be clear that Honorable Chepkwony, who is now the County Secretary, was the Deputy Governor during the other regime. And the allegation is there are some staff who were under him when he was the DG, and all the staff were confirmed.
I think, Chair, that's a different question. I'm talking about the one officer who was given an extension of contract under GDU.
Okay, proceed.
Yes, I think that is the one whom the request was presented to the board, and we gave that extension. For the other members of the GDU, we have never received any request. Then two, on the three officers who were given contracts and later on varied, it is true that request was placed before the board. There was some consultation, and we referred to the Employment Act of 2007, section 10(5), which says, whereas any matter stipulated in section 1 changes, the employer shall, in consultation with the employee, revise the contract to reflect the change and notify the employee of the change in writing. When that request was done, we consulted with the employees because the request was that they should not be given, we vary from 5 years to 3 years. So when we went to consultation, they consented in writing and accepted to be given a 3-year contract, which the board actually did approve, effected, sorry.
Honorable Sialo, you have an...
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask the Commissioner, because we understand one of your staff also received such an extension of contract of 5 years. Was ours also cancelled or ours was private? Or
all the three, that is the HR director, our legal officer who is seated here, and our office administrator. All their contracts were revised.
Okay.
With their consent.
Another issue is that you've said you received, or the governor extended the contract of one Zephania Kurere.
The request came from the CS.
From the CS.
Requesting that the extension of contract for one Zephania Kurere.
What was the reason stated in that request?
I think there was need in that department.
Excuse me, Munge. That is a specialist in water to go and manage water, while the other 4 GDU officers or 3 are not specialists in water.
We are not aware because, you know, on the terms of his employment as a GDU officer, as an M&E officer, we actually did the extension of contract as requested as a GDU officer.
Did you check if that employee suit to be the manager of that water company? Did he have the qualification? Because you have the responsibility to guide the governor and advise the governor through advisory.
Through the chair. Normally, when there are such secondmen, it is normally sent through the board. We didn't receive any, so we are not aware.
Let me ask you, Chair, or the commissioners, do you want to tell us that the other staff that are employed under by the governor direct and the county secretary, those who work under the office of the governor, who employs them?
They are employed by the board. This was an extension. If you are referring to the case of GDU,
yes.
Normally that position had been advertised, and we are giving an extension, a position which had been advertised earlier on. So I think for the other positions where of the office of the CS, the 4, I think maybe Kibi and Chair can prosecute that case.
Okay, so that Kibi can proceed and answer the other questions.
Commissioner Christine wants to add some.
We'll give you an opportunity.
I think when you are done with your questions, Ms. Amunge, I think because Honorable Shalo had a lot of questions, around 5 or 6 questions, when you are done with your part, then you can hand over back to the chair to give direction on who is going to speak on what, so that we can go seamless.
Well guided, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is the second board since the inception of devolution. The first board, their term elapsed. I don't know when is yours elapsed. I think you will answer it as we go ahead. During the first term of Honorable Cheboy, when you came office, I'm sure you found that all those employees who used to work under the then governor, who is currently the 3rd governor, were confirmed. Yet they were on a tenure employment basis. Is it true, Munge?
Honorable, through the chair, I am not aware.
You are not
for
aware?
The first
Maybe Honorable Shalo, the chair of the Surface Board, and the secretary can respond to that.
Yes, I think they can tell us.
They are in a better place to.
Okay, let them respond. Thank you, thank you, Chair.
I will give to Mr. Kibi to handle the next item on the staff who are working with IT.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thank you, Honorable Shallow. I think you have touched on a few questions. Maybe you can start with the last one. The board is a legal entity existing in perpetuity, so the board is always one, but the board members are constituted once every 6 years. However, there was a lapse of time between the members of the board who served between 2013 and 2017, such that there was not a legally constituted board between that time and May 2020. So our 6-year single non-renewal term ends on 14th May 2026. So we have probably around 11 months to go as members of Baringo County Public Service Board. But of course, unless any member applies for another position and gets it, but for now, the second cohort will retire on May 2026. Number 2, on the case of confirmation of tenure staff, staff that are serving under the pleasure and service of the governor, which is regulated by IGRTC advisories. In the I am sure you're aware of IGRTC, that the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee prescribes the staff who can work for the governor under the pleasure and terms of the governor. So once the governor proposes requests for that office to be filled, they will normally request the board to provide recommendations for appointments. So it is true that those are also public officers in the county public service, but their terms are pegged to the tenure of the governor. So if the governor retires, then unless their terms are reviewed and amended, they should have retired. So on whether all the former officers who used to work for Governor Jeboy in his first term were confirmed, we have to check the records to confirm. Yes, there could be some we know.
Mr. Kibi.
Yes.
But you are the board, you should be having those records. You
Correct.
confirm if you have, if you know or you don't know. Maybe I rule
because
that.
This is a matter on record.
I rule that because of time, interest of time also,
Yes.
one has to proceed. You can furnish through the chair. You can furnish that information Tuesday next week.
Thank you.
As ruled by the chair previously.
Asante sana. So on the cases that Honorable Shialo mentioned about extensions of contract of some 4 staff, which he did not give the names, I wanted perhaps to request Honorable Shialo to confirm if the names he has in mind are one Christopher Kibokong, who used to be a cook, who is one Christopher Kibokong. Let me not say what he used to do because I don't have it on record here. One John Toroy Teach, one David Kandie, and one Frida Limo. If those are the cases he is referring to, we want to advise the committee that these are not cases that were brought to the attention of the board, but it has come to the attention of the board since 2024, when we wrote to the county secretary a letter requesting for information on these 4. And we have a letter we have written to request for information. And if I may quote from it, it has come to the attention of the board that the following 3 officers listed below, that is Frida Limo, David Koech, and Patrick Christopher Kibokong, appear to have been onboarded to the payroll irregularly. And since there is no trace of the board's approval of extension of their contracts after expiry, so we requested for information. That information did not come on time. We wrote again a reminder on the request for this information on the 6th of February 2025. And we requested for information on these officers, and let me quote from it, that the board deliberated on the lack of sufficient information to make a decision on this matter. And in this regard, we kindly request payroll manager to provide the payroll, the detailed payroll information on the staff listed, which we have listed. That information has been outstanding until only today, that we have received a letter from the office of the county secretary saying that...
you received the letter today?
Yes.
This morning?
Yes. Saying the reference...
Honorable Mr. Kibi.
Yes.
You received, the letter is signed by the county secretary?
Yes.
All those documents you have just mentioned, are you able to table them?
Yes, I am holding them here, Chairman, and we shall table them.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
So in the last letter that we have received today, it has given information to the effect that the information is provided below, and it has said that the initial terms were on contract, and the amendments through a PCA of 6 July 2022, that they were extended. But this is a letter we may not authenticate at the moment. The contents of this letter may not be authenticated unless we look at the records and table further information on this in the course of next week.
So you are doubting the letter?
Not that I'm doubting the letter,
yes,
but it is citing an alleged board resolution which we do not, we may not have records about such a resolution. So we are going on record that we want to check our record to confirm if there was such.
the quoted is what you are doubting because
yes,
somebody alleges
yes,
that he did this from your hand. You're
we
very
need
sure you are not aware of such information.
We need time to confirm if there is a record in our office to this effect.
When will you do that? So that we
Tuesday
can
next
conclude?
week.
Tuesday next week.
Chair,
Thank
Chair,
you.
Chair,
Thank
I
you.
think it
back
is
to
clear.
Chair.
They are aware that that procedure of extension of contract was an illegality. And it is only today morning that you've received a letter from the CS. So unless you want to change mind, but it was clear you said.
Then in that case, Chairman, we do not have a record and we still treat this as an irregular extension.
And Honorable Sialo, as you continue, I'm guided that you table that document.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on the same case, it came to our attention that when we were going around to the sub-counties, some of the staff that were under the DG's office then, who is currently the CS, we found them in Kabartonjo. Some of them are in Kabartonjo Hospital. They were sent there. I don't know if you are aware of that.
That could be a part of this information you have tabled here because one of them is said to have been posted as a cook in Kabartonjo Sub-County Hospital.
Yes.
But that is not a posting, that is not a contract we gave, and that is not with the sanction of the board.
So the board was not involved in any way with the extension of those contracts?
Correct.
Okay, okay. Now, there is this issue of medics. These medics who goes for study leave. It came to attention again that 4 of them went for this study leave. They completed their studies, but they didn't come back as it is required. We are told some of them went to abroad, and while they were in abroad, they were earning salary from the Baringo County government. Are you aware of such cases?
Through the chair, there are some.
Yes. Proceed.
There are some cases that came to our attention and went to disciplinary committee. I do not know if you wish to confirm to us the names so that we can see whether it is some of them that we have on record, so that we can respond appropriately.
Proceed. Proceed mentioning the names, so I can tell you if it's what I have.
Christine, please, through the chair.
As you continue to consult the document that the chair tabled on here, it is received by the County Public Service Board on 30th May 2025, and Chepkony, who is our CS, just signed this document on 23rd May 2025. 2025. What do we call this? 29 May 2025. And we are aware that our CS is on official duty in China. We want to know which Chepkony signed this document. As you proceed, Honorable Cielo. And Public Service Board, please be guided. We are on a very serious process. Whoever signed this document, and you want to bring things that are going to bring questions, someone should be liable, and you should take the course of action that this committee will take. You will take a responsibility. Thank you. Proceed.
More information, Madam Chair.
Proceed, Cielo.
Yes, we would like to know the mode of
Thank you. Through the chair, I will need to confirm from our administrative officer how this letter was delivered. But normally we can receive letters physically by hand delivery or by email or WhatsApp as advance copies. But a hand delivery or a registered the document we are looking at could have been digitally signed. I am not sure when it was signed and where it was signed, but it has been delivered to the board, and this is what we have tabled before you. Pardon?
I was making that point. You don't have to belabor. You're very right. You're not the Chepkony. And your stamp is dated 30th May, which is you're okay, and you people are here, all of you. I was just questioning that one so that it be clear that we are aware of that letter.
It is also possible that it was digitally signed, so.
CS Kibi, do you want to say you want to talk on behalf of CS Chepkony?
No, I am not talking on behalf.
Christine, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to answer a question on two staff who left the county to, I don't know, US or somewhere outside the county. These are Shemeko Vincent Ochoka and Enoch Kipto. I presume those are the people that you're asking for. When it came to the notice of the board in 2022, that these staff left without giving any information to the county and to the board, they were dismissed. A dismissal letter was given out to the two. And further, we got...
that is after how long?
I think it was after a year or so. Okay. So, and we gave out a recommendation from the board, a resolution, that they need to pay the county for the salaries that they were paid without working for the county.
So you did a recommendation that they recover?
Yes.
All that they had for that period of time?
Yes, and again, they had their supervisors on board. They went through the disciplinary process, and we were advising them to get in touch with them also so that they can pay, and if not, they will be surcharged for also not informing the
Who
county.
released them? Who released them? Was it the board or the MedSub?
No, according to the information that we got, it was something that was, I think it was a local arrangement from the facility.
Local arrangement?
Probably.
So who is liable? Who is going to be held responsible?
The supervisors will be held.
Such a misconduct?
Yes, the supervisors will be held responsible. They were given warning letters. No, they were given a show cause letter, and they appeared before the board for hearing.
So have you concluded the case, or it's still pending?
Yes, we somehow concluded, unless there will be, the refund will not be done, then the county secretary will get back to us.
Chair, I
Thank you.
think we're very keen on that because the cases that are happening here is that these junior officers who are held responsible for some malpractice are being punished while their supervisors are left. So that is a very serious concern that we've noted. So we want to see how you're going to act in that particular case. And if you do not do that, then it means that you're going to be held responsible as well as a board. Proceed with answering the
Yes,
question.
we are yet to get any response from the county secretary to proceed.
And privy to that, Commissioner Christine, through Honorable Sialo, we are very concerned about the resources that we lose as a county to professionals through the help of the supervisors, the one you're seeing. And we've seen even junior staffs who've been dismissed from their workplace, and we have the letters here with us, and you've been watching. So we need to see what action do you take on their immediate supervisors, because they are the agent of those issues that leads to the resource. We lose the resources, like the revenue. We've lost a lot of money. You realize they just send away the clericals who are even casuals, and they leave the person who is responsible, who is watching the clerks lose those money. So we proceed, Honorable Sialo, to the next point.
Thank you. On the same issue, Madam Chair, is that we also understand that there are several medics who are on study leave. Some of them came back, they are still serving that probation period, while some of them have left service without serving that period. So what actions are you going to take to ensure that we recover the money that the county government used to educate these people, and they have not rendered the services as required by the law?
And on that note, you should be on privy that this committee, we are aware of the bonding period that the doctors are given. If it's 3 years, you've gone for study. When you come back, you need to bond with us for 3 years, or you pay the money to the county so that you leave. So kindly explain the issues raised by Honorable Sialo. Proceed, CSKB.
Through the chair, it has come to our attention that some doctors may have requested for transfer of service even before they finish their bonding period, and we have recommended that we will not approve their transfer of service unless they comply with the bonding requirements. As for cases of doctors who may have left without fulfilling the bonding terms, we shall be able to conduct the Department of Health Services to confirm which officers may have defaulted so that we can take appropriate action.
Okay. I'd ask about the termination of, I had asked about the extension contract of the 7 employees. Some of them were under the office of the governor. There are some who their contracts were terminated recently when we initiated the process of, this motion. There is one Mary Chumba, Matthew Chebet, Dennis, and the others who've been in service for about 1 year, only for their contract to be terminated because the assembly had initiated a motion to investigate these issues of public service. So why was it that they were in office for 1 year, they had not been sent home, but when you came up with this motion, all of a sudden their contract were terminated?
That could be another case of regular appointment which the board was not involved, and therefore the board will take corrective action on this matter in due course.
Chair, probably, let me ask another question, Bwana Kibi. What is the procedure before terminating a contract of an employee?
Pardon?
What is the procedure
of
terminating a contract? Do you just amendment like that?
A contract is a fixed term that is self-executing.
Yes.
Whether or not you are reminded that your contract will end within 30 days to the expiry is not material. So long as you are on a fixed term contract, as soon as your contract expires, if it is not renewed, you are supposed to exit.
So you're saying you're not supposed to give a 30 days notice for such a matter?
30 days notice is a good practice, but in the event that it is not formally provided, it is normally printed on the officer's payslip, and it's expected that it's a self-executing process, and if it ends on a specified date, that's the end of that employment engagement.
Chairman, do you handle disciplinary cases as a board?
Yes, we do.
So are you aware of the dismissals that were done under the Chirac?
I will request the chair perhaps to delegate that to the chairperson of disciplinary to deal with those matters.
We have about 13 cases that were handled by Chirac and they were sent home. Some of them were sent home unfairly. So we want to find out actually if those cases came under your board.
Maybe for the record of the House, Chirac is an advisory organ of the board. No dismissal may be made by Chirac unless it is upheld by the County Public Service Board. So if there is any alleged dismissal, it is invalid and of no legal effect.
So, Kibi, I want you to confirm to this committee, are you aware of any dismissal?
I am not aware. Perhaps you can give us information so that we can...
No, this is your work. I'm not supposed to give you information unless you do not know what you're supposed to do. But you've said Chirac is an advisory body.
Yes.
And any dismissal must come through the
Correct.
board. Yes. We are aware from the findings
Let Commissioner Christine answer that question through the chair.
Yes, we are aware from our finding that there are 13 employees who are dismissed by the Chirac. So I don't know if they have powers to dismiss or it is the board that dismisses.
Commissioner Christine, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We receive recommendations from the Chirac, especially on matters disciplinary, unless it is a small issue that it can be handled with at the point of department or at Chirac. But there is no dismissal that can be done.
What are these small issues? You can probably tell us the issues that the department can handle.
Like absence in maybe
the threshold of those small issues that can be handled by the...
Maybe like one day. Actually, disciplinary issues are in our disciplinary manual or public service disciplinary manual.
Yes.
And it categorizes major issues and minor issues, yes. So if there are issues for dismissal, the Chirac does recommendations for dismissal, and then they submit to the board. So at the board, there is also a process before somebody is dismissed.
Okay, it's okay, but just let's be...
But maybe just to say, Mheshimiwa, that we are not aware of the 13 unless you provide us with a list so that we can counter-check with what we have so that we can give a correct information on that.
So when was the last time you received an advisory from the Chirac? The last time?
The last time for dismissals or for disciplinary?
Whichever.
For disciplinary, the last was 2024. 2025, when? Yes, around 2024 or early 2025. We didn't come with a record on that.
What was the issue that you've received latest?
The latest case that we handled is one of loss of funds, loss of revenue by Losute William.
Yes.
Yes. That is the case that we handle. And the most recent one is about Lake Bogoria staff. There are some that were it's also a case of revenue loss. Thank you.
Okay. Are you aware of some ECD teachers who are terminated or dismissed irregularly?
As far as the committee is aware, we are not aware of such an issue for ECD, but we've dealt with ECD issues in the past.
Yes.
But not lately.
Chair, through the chair, I think we would like the board to provide all the names of persons or employees who've been dismissed since you came into that office.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. That information is available. You will give us some time so that we can present.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You will provide that information with the ones that we've ruled that on Tuesday, 10 a.m. Proceed, Honorable Sharon.
Thank you, Chair. I'll still go back to the casual workers issue. And I think at this point I'll still be dealing with the Chair. And
proceed, Honorable Sharon.
My first question to you, Chairman of the board. When you first came in the year 2020, confirm to me that you've known about
Honorable Sharon, kindly be guided that he confirms to the committee.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Confirm to the committee. I'm guided, Chair. Confirm to this committee that you've known that we have casual workers in Baringo County. Mine I'll be asking and then you answer as we go.
Be on your mic so that you proceed with the issues of...
Confirm to me that you've known that we have casual workers in Baringo County.
Yes, sure.
You've known that we have casual workers in
yes.
Baringo County.
Yes.
And confirm to me that one of your major roles, as stated in the Act, is to advise the county government on human resource management and development.
Yes.
Also confirm to me that your work is to facilitate the development of coherent, integrated human resource planning and budgeting for personnel emolument in the counties.
Yes.
Also, Chair, I would really like you to call the commissioners in order, and they should consult in low tones, Chair. Chair, please ask the board and those people before us to consult in low tones.
Be guided. Proceed, Honorable Sharon.
Now, confirm to me that in 2021, and in this letter that we have, that you withdrew the alleged delegated legislation that had been given to persons within Baringo County to do your work was withdrawn in 24th March 2021. Confirm that is the case?
Yes.
And in this letter, there's nowhere, in this particular letter when you came in 2021, there's nowhere that you requested for the list of casual workers in Baringo County, in this particular letter. You can just be given the letter and then you see.
We should be able to table other letters touching on the same.
Okay, but for what we have before this committee today, there's no letter up until 2025 where you requested for the list of casual workers.
That's not true. Why? Because
I'm saying before this committee today, do we have letters of you requesting for the list of casual workers?
Sure. They are there.
Okay, please show us the list, one of those letters.
Chair, you know you need to be aware that we've been following this session since morning. And when we started this session, we started with the casuals. And if my mind serves me well, your answers were you were not privy with the issues of the casuals until when the engagement of 243 came to your table. Is that true?
Yes.
So why are you taking Honorable Sharon?
And I'm still,
Could you please be factual? Our Honorable Chair, be guided.
Excuse me.
Chair, be guided.
And
you remember, what you said earlier is still being followed by these members to the latter. So I don't want you to backtrack your words that you're privy from those years that they're mentioning, yet you just said in this house, the issue of 243 casuals just came in when this motion was taken in this house. So be guided, Chair.
Yes.
Okay. So up until now, we confirm that the board was aware there are existing casual workers in Baringo County.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Please answer my question,
allow me
Chair.
to
Please.
get to-
No, unless
Here's the...
Honorable Chair Korir.
Yes, please.
You just proceed. If what you have, you just give it to Honorable Sharon. Just proceed through the chair that you know, and it's this, so that you don't have to recall issues.
Okay.
Okay, proceed.
But my point
Honorable
is
Sharon.
that the board has been aware that there is existence of casual workers in Baringo County since they came on board. Is that the case?
We have to double documents to that effect.
I'm asking, just 30 seconds ago, you just said that the board was aware that there's existence of casual workers in Baringo County. Is that true or not?
Madam Chair, we have provided documents all along from 2021 of the journey we have come along on this issue of casuals.
I know I'm not asking you about the journey. I'm just asking you whether you are aware there have been existence of casual workers.
Yes, we are now aware. They were there.
You are aware?
Yes, that after
2025.
Now after receiving the 243.
Your work is the board of Baringo County. Let's go back to the act. And when you are trying to evade these sections, this particular role, it can show that there's some laxity on your end. Let's go back to your role. To advise the county government on human resource management and development, to facilitate the development of coherent integrated human resource planning and budgeting for personal emolument in the counties. You understand that your work is to ensure that we regulate our human resource. Is that correct or not?
It is, yes, we do. We regulate.
And you're aware, even a madman walking around Baringo County know that we highly depend on our casual workers in Baringo County. Yes or no? You understand?
I don't know.
I'm asking you.
The ability of a madman to understand what is going within the environment.
This is a very simple thing. Even a child knows that we operate and depend on these casual workers in Baringo County. Yes or no?
Of course, they play a great role, especially in this town. Casuals.
Especially in this town.
Yes.
Not in this town alone, the entire Baringo County.
I'm just giving an example.
So we cannot feign ignorance that you are not aware of casual workers in Baringo County. No one can purport to feign ignorance that you are not aware of existence of casual workers in Baringo County.
Madam Chair, I don't know how many times she wants me to answer. I've said
Chair, let me try out to say something about these casual workers. Like, are you aware in PCRH, all the MOs are casual workers? Are you aware? The medical doctors, are you aware?
We are not aware about that.
Let me tell you. Public Service Board, we are here today because of this issue of casual workers.
Yes.
And we want to tell each other the truth.
Yes.
But the truth, that they have not been paid for the last 8 months. And here, you want to tell the whole Baringo that you are constituted to do the mandate of the HR. The reason why the casual workers are not paid up to now, you've owned up. The treasury came here yesterday, and you're watching. The reason why they're not paid is because you've not forwarded their names through the CS to treasury. And you want to take still this committee into circles that you are not aware. And even before you become the Public Service Board, you know very well that many people work under as casuals. And Honorable Sharon is asking directly, and she wants to make conclusion on her issues. But you don't want to give information so that she finish. Can you please give information? She's not trying to pin you down. Because you're becoming hard on her, and you don't want to answer the questions directly. And the CS and Madam Vice Chair, I can allow you to proceed because I can see you are helping the chair. Honorable Sharon, let's allow the Vice Chair to continue with that question. Because she's been consulting throughout. Let's allow her to continue with those responses on behalf of the chair so that all of you take responsibility.
Okay, let's proceed.
Honorable Sharon.
Let's proceed, Chair. Deputy Chair. Vice Chair, sorry. Vice Chair, can we conclude to say that you guys have been aware that there's existence of casual workers?
Vice Chair, kindly pull your mic and put it on. And CSKB, if you still want to proceed with the issue of casual workers, I'm giving you time to proceed after Vice Chair, not giving responsibilities, everybody to take their responsibility. By the look of the things, the chair wants to behave like he doesn't know, and we've agreed. Let's move to the next person, to the end.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Sharon, through the Chair, we have made many advisories to the County Secretary.
Chair, my question is still very straightforward. Please answer yes or no. This issue of casual workers, let's not go round in circles about it. My question is are you guys in the knowledge, are you aware that we have casual workers in Baringo County? That is the only question I'm asking. It's a yes or no answer.
For me, I would say what gets documented is what gets to be evidence, because it is until we got the 243 that we had
Vice
an
Chair,
actual document.
Vice Chair, you've decided you don't want to say. If you know where there's casual workers, are there casual workers in Baringo County at large before even the 243? And please table that document that you keep giving CS to Chair. Please table that document so that I can be able to know what document are you referring to, and I make that conclusion by ruling it out. Honorable Sharon, kindly take the questions to the Vice Chair, and let's just be direct. And please table that document. CSKB.
Thank you, Chair.
I've not given you time to talk. It's the Vice Chair. I need that document to be tabled so that we're able to see what kind of a document are you referring to. Are they the casual workers? So that you conclude on this matter.
Thank you, Chair. I'll still reiterate that we did not have any document on any.
I'm not asking
workers.
about documents. At this point, I honestly feel like you people, you're taking you're taking the entire county round in circles. I'm asking a very direct question. Are you guys aware that we've been having casual workers in Baringo or not? Don't mention about documents. Do we have casual workers in Baringo or not? If we don't have, let's move on. Do we have casual workers?
Yes, we do have casual workers.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Just allow me to guide the questions. Allow me to guide the questions.
But 243 from the documents that we have.
Yes. You have 243?
That were communicated to us just very recently.
Those are casual workers?
That is as by the document.
So why have you not paid them and you have the document?
We have already.
Honorable Locales, point of concern through Sharon.
You know the procedure of this House and the committee whenever they sit. Any document that has been tabled to this House, you must hone that document. Part of the document that you tabled today was the list of 243 casuals. You can restrain yourself to the 243 and the knowledge about the 243. But you should not run away from the 243 because it is in public domain that you table those documents. So you can proceed with the 243 answering the questions of Honorable Sharon in regard to the 243.
Okay. Yes. So we have
and on that note, Honorable Sharon, we have our Commissioner Christine, who was the CO Water to Baringo County. I want to get his insight of these casual workers through this committee. And please go to Commissioner Christine.
Okay. On which particular, like whether we have casual workers or not?
The same question. Honorable Sharon, I want your questions to be factual.
Yes.
So let's proceed. The Vice Chair has given you an insight. Let's proceed. I've noted that our Commissioner, Christine, was the CEO Water up to 2018. So proceed with the questions of the casual workers.
Yes. Now that you are the CEO of
Excuse me, I'm not the CEO.
Now that you are the CEO of Water and Irrigation Department.
Chief Officer.
Whatever.
Not
Chief
CEO.
Oh, okay. Chief Officer. The Accounting Officer of Water and Irrigation in the past regime. In your department, did you have casual workers?
We had a few.
Thank you.
But they were regularized and they were put on contracts.
Okay. Let's proceed. Oh, when were they put on contract?
A long time ago.
Which cadre of employees were these?
Those were plumbers.
Plumbers?
Yes.
So, which year do you think they were converted?
Madam Chair, I think it is good, our engagement should not be monologue. And I wanted to say that on this matter on casuals, we have been talking about casuals like the last 2 weeks we were here and we are here again. I think it's also
What do you mean, Christine, by monologue?
Commissioner Christine, please, let's engage on this issue of casual workers. We are not running away. Until you tell us the truth and agree that we had casual workers long time ago, and as the Public Service Board, you decided not to take your responsibility, because you guys want just to, you commissioners who represent Baringo County, want to disown our children, whom we are elected, all of us, because of them, and say the first time you're interacting with the casual workers is at the point when this motion came, which is a lie, which is a fat lie.
Yes.
Commissioner Christine, you want to say this conversation with Honorable Shannon through our committee, it's a monologue conversation.
Imagine.
Commissioners,
Madam Chair,
be informed. We don't want to go like we are looking for anything. We want the truth and facts. But you've decided that you want to take this committee round the circle. And you're restraining yourself to give us facts. And committee, allow me to say this. In the first place, you had decided you don't want to face this committee. But we thank God, this country, there is justice. And these casuals will get justice through this committee. I don't want to preempt that question. It will come through the members. And Sharon, please proceed the way you want, and we want answers.
Thank you, Chair. Okay.
Sharon, Honorable Sharon, are you allowing information from Honorable Locales?
Yes, from Locales, yes.
Please proceed.
Madam Chair, yesterday we were here with the CCM in charge of water and the department. And one of the issues they raised that it is only Kilanya who is in permanent and pensionable contract. But all plumbers, operators, all those handling machines are casuals. And now, Madam Christine is saying, she's saying, they converted those workers into contract. Can she confirm really who are these she converted to contract? And yet yesterday, the department said they have only casuals and Kilanya is the only supervisor for all the casuals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Sharon, conclude on your matter.
Let me proceed. We already know that we only have plumbers and all of the employees, like most of them in the Department of Water, are casual workers. I'll now proceed. Having the knowledge that we have casual workers in Baringo County, and this include enforcement officers in Baringo County, I'll give you 2 names. There's one in Kabatonjo called Steve, and there's another one in Mogotio called Kertich. Those are people who have worked in Baringo as casual workers, working in the Department of Enforcement Officers for more than 10 years.
For that case, Honorable Sharon, let me be clear of the name Steve. He is called Stephen Rotich.
Stephen Rotich. Stephen Rotich and another one called Kertich. They've worked in Baringo County for more than 10 years. And this question, I think the chair, it's the chair who is answering. You went ahead and did an advertisement the other day where you required 30 and I don't know how many enforcement officers, and having in mind that you have casual workers. What was the plan? If you know that already we have this historical and a very complex situation of our casual workers, how were you planning to have them on board? These casual workers who have worked for so many years in Baringo County as enforcement officers.
And on that note, before you answer, those who are casuals are 40 years and above. And the subject that you subjected them, ideally, they are not going to win. So please proceed as you prosecute that matter.
Is this, I don't know if the chair, please proceed.
Madam Chair, the request for recruitment comes from the department.
Yes.
So once they make that request for advertisement, they will also have indicated the requirements in the intent. So for us as a board, we follow what the department wants, because that is the consumer of that human capital. We don't change anything.
Okay, that is very well, but I can tell you that we had the head of enforcement officers here on Tuesday, and they said they made a request to the board that you absorb the casual workers who are working already for so many in Baringo County, but you did not adhere to that, and you went ahead to make the advertisement as you wanted. And remember, again, the board, your work is to advise the county government. We already know that we have issues, a problem with our casual workers. These are people who can take us to court any day, and we are going to spend millions of money, taxpayers' money, to pay them. So did you do any advisory to the department that made the request that there are enforcement officers who are working as casual workers, and I think we should give them a consideration before we do anything? Did you do that?
The requirements in the advert was competitive. So there is no other shortcut you can go through. Because the moment you bypass the requirements, as in the advert, then that will be direct procurement.
Chair, the casual worker who has worked for 10 years in Baringo County, is that a casual worker or an employee, according to the law?
Yes, but the law, it's as an employee.
Is an employee. Is it okay for you to subject an employee, somebody who ought to have been absorbed by the law directly to become a worker, into another competitive process?
Let me allow Mr. Kibi to answer that.
Okay, Mr. Kibi.
Proceed,
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have been trying to raise you this information for clarity's purposes, but the way the questions have been asked does not allow us to provide enough information. To answer Honorable Sharon about whether we have given advisories, we have written many advisories, and maybe we can add additional documents to be tabled, including the latest information that we have written to the CS and the chief officers for validation. As long as this information is not validated, we are not sure whether that is a person we can deal with as an employee, because we have to give them a contract so long as we are satisfied that they have done their work. So let me table these documents first, so that we can have a basis for
just
discussion.
know that you are before us, and allow us to proceed however we think that is going to be beneficial to this committee. Kindly. That particular, before you
get protected, Chair.
CS Kibi, I allowed you long time ago to table your document. And you've not even forwarded them. How do I protect you?
Let me table these documents, Chair.
Please do, CSKB.
And this includes an advisory.
CSKB, you cannot do that in this house. Please go back to your chair, back to your seat.
Sorry, Chair.
Now, communicate what you are saying on record. Give him the documents. He's allowed to table, but now he was talking while walking, so I want him to be on record, and
Sorry,
then we
I was
table.
not aware of the regulations. Can I refer to it? She has accepted me to confirm. If we are supposed to do our role, allow us to tell you what we have done. An advisory to the Chairman Budget and Appropriations Committee dated
Please
8 June.
pull your mic so that you're on record, CSKB.
An advisory dated 8 June 2021 addressed to the Chair Budget and Advisory Committee. I believe that's an office in this assembly. We have given due advice on the amounts of funds that must be facilitated by the assembly to ensure that we have adequate budgets to do our jobs. I will table this document. You will see how much information we have requested.
Okay, as we proceed, I've gotten that.
Can I table this document, please?
Allow him to finish with the documentation. After tabling, now we can wind up.
Yes. And we have a letter of 10 June 2022 on a review of transition of all staff to contract terms and to P&P, for which we have requested for information to enable us to do that. If the information has not been provided, do not vilify the board because we have done our job.
It's good now you're complying that you know the casuals. Proceed, CSKB.
We have a letter dated 7th July 2023. This is the board's advisory on the status and employment of casuals and staff on contract in Baringo County Public Service. We are still asking for information on who these people are so that we could regulate them. If the information has not been provided, please don't say the board has not done the job. On 25th,
CSKB.
I'm about to finish.
Listen
Yes.
first. I'm the chair.
Yes, Chair.
You cannot be tabling documents and making rulings for yourself.
I'm not ruling.
You are ruling. And you are making comments. It's like you're building a case. Because you keep reading your document and make a ruling by yourself. I thought when I tell you,
I'm not ruling, Chair.
kindly
Sorry.
be guided, read the letters that you are saying and you table the letters.
All right, thank
without
you.
making comments to the committees that don't victimize the board.
Thank you. So there is another letter of 29th of May 2024 in which we have requested for information including the information on the templates. There is another letter of 24th April 2025, and in this particular case, we have a request even from honorable members of this assembly requesting for the board's approval for the ward fund kitty to be used to employ staff on contract in their various wards, and we have given proper advisory in this communication. And also we have a letter of 19th of June 2024, which is a reminder on the submission of data on casuals. And we have given details of what we need in order to be able to do our job. And we have a letter of 30th April 2025 in which we have called for a consultative meeting. And we have given a timeline on how this should be done that could have facilitated us to finish this job long ago. So, and we have tabled this document on the 6th of May in the, before the assembly. We have a letter of the 17th of April, I think I have said that one. Then we have...
CS, proceed to table the documents. We'll go through on what we want to know.
So that
because
this one
already it's... Honorable CS Kibi, table the documents, please, so that we proceed and we save time. Please proceed to table the documents, all of them that you want
Thank
to
you.
table.
I'm tabling including an email communication on the reminders that is standing up to date. And this should be read together with... Sorry. Oh, sorry. I am not familiar with the rules of the House. I beg your pardon.
It's okay, CS Kibi. Kindly table the documents.
All right, thank you. So I am proposing...
Table the documents. Just come.
Okay.
Honorable Sharon, you finish so that we close this matter and move
On casual
to our
workers,
next question.
right, yes. Am I proceeding with the CS, Kibi? Yes. So Kibi, we've already heard from the chair that we are aware of casual workers, regardless of the letters that you've been making. The only thing that was remaining is the validation. Is that the case? Yes. But you're aware that there are casual workers in Baringo?
You are not on record, CS Kibi.
March 20.
Start again.
We have on record 243 people that are said to be casuals, but as far as the law is concerned, if an employee has served more than 30 days continuous, that is not a casual anymore, but that calls for a review of the details of those employees before any regulation can be done and whether they qualify for a contract. But I am requesting Honorable Sharon to note that before we can give a contract of service to a person who was formerly a casual.
Kibi, before we go there,
yes.
Are you aware that we had a budget of 34 million to pay them?
This budget has not been authenticated, and this is the request we have made to the various departments to authenticate.
The Treasury were here yesterday, and they said that they are blaming you squarely for not implementing or ensuring that these people are paid.
Through the chair, it is not correct at all because we have written and the letters have been tabled that we have requested for validation of this information. In fact, we have requested for a spreadsheet to show that...
Honorable Sharon, let me rule on this case.
Yes.
The issue of casuals is very clear from this public service board,
yes.
And it's asked the committee to retreat back and get to know what to do. Let's let that matter at that point and allow Honorable Sialo to come in with a new question. Because already, Honorable Sharon, let's allow this casual.
It's not on casual.
Okay,
it's another important
the new questions, it's okay, you proceed. But on matters casuals, rest it at there.
I'm resting on that, but we cannot allow the CS and the County Public Service Board to hold on ransom the employees of this county because of their tug and war and their superiority complex.
Proceed, Honorable Sharon. We've noted your concerns, and as the committee, we will retreat and know what to do with those points.
All right. Now on the HR, the director of HR, chair of the board. Do you know? I know you are sure. I'm sure you know the director of HR, Mr. Rotich in Baringo County. Do you know him? Yes, I do. Please put your mic on.
Yes, I do.
When was he first employed?
I think some...
2020?
No.
2021?
I think around 2021 there.
Around 2021 there.
I can't remember the exact date.
Yeah. So when he came as a human resource practitioner? Is that the case?
Human resource director.
Human resource director.
Yes.
Does that mean that he needs to be a human resource practitioner?
At least he met the requirements of the advert.
Do you know, according to the law, anybody that is working as a human resource must be a practicing HR practitioner? Do you know that?
But what we are following is the advert, what the consumer of the human capital wanted. And we follow that to the letter.
Let me ask you, Mr. Chair, if today you wanted to employ a legal officer to work for this board, will you employ somebody who has just graduated and is a lawyer, not an advocate?
It will depend on what the advert says, the requirements of the consumer.
Let me ask you, when you're putting the advert, must it comply with the law?
scheme of service.
Do you know that the HR practitioner, somebody who is handling our HR issues, is not a human resource practitioner? Do you know that? Did you know that he's not a human resource practitioner?
Maybe I can give him to, if he has any.
CS Kibi, please proceed.
Through the chair, as you are aware that everybody has not been registered, every HR practitioner is not necessarily registered under the IHRM licensing so far, because that is progressive. The IHRM Act is a new act of 2020, and all those HR practitioners or anybody who is handling HR is an HR practitioner. But there are certain limitations on what decisions may be made by an HR practitioner who has not been licensed to do so. But for purposes of the usual public service HR functions, all officers who have experience, like Mr. Rotich that you have mentioned, was a long-standing HR director for over 10 years in Kenyatta National Hospital, and he made a very good track record for himself. And there are many Kenyans who are practicing because they came through that career path. So this is progressive achievement. In future, whenever we do any additional
Mr. Kibi,
advert,
I don't want you to continue feigning ignorance of the law.
in future, that is a progressive achievement.
It's not a progressive, it's a requirement.
Honorable
Under the law.
Sialo, you have a point of information?
Is a requirement on that? On that particular issue, Mr. Sialo? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have on the issue of the casuals, and Madam Chair, I want your guidance on this matter.
The issue of the HR who is working now, who is the issue, if you have a point of information to Sharon, Honorable Locales?
I had information to Honorable Sharon that when I raised an issue this morning about the qualification, somebody among us you said there are some qualifications when those positions are advertised, there are some qualifications which are put. Here, you are saying anybody can be taken to be an HR. But we have the requisite qualifications for somebody to handle human resource. Even in this country, even your own HR who is seated here, she must have the IHRM number, which of course she has. But you are employing somebody to a capacity of a director of HR, handling the entire county human resource, and you are closing your eyes saying, we were not concerned on that registration professionalism of HR. You are lying to this committee. Even if those who are watching, you did the service to those who went for an interview with that person. Because I am aware there are some people even with more qualification than Rotich who went for interview, but because of predetermined, that's what I'm still repeating in this house. Of course, you are predetermined to take Rotich. That's why you could not consider professionalism of that position. You denied, and that is corruption. You denied the people of Baringo to compete fairly for a position, those with the qualification. Professionalism in even those who are accountants, handling and signing for vouchers must have an ISPAC professional number. HRM professional number. But for Rotich, you want to take this house, tell them, no, the employer, the person who was asking, did not put that as part of the qualification. But you are the people who are putting the advert. And remember, when you're putting an advert for anything, you must consider such qualifications. So can we say the process was not fair and transparent for the people of Baringo? Over to you, Chair.
Through the chair, can I proceed? I would like to advise the House, the committee, and Honorable Akles in particular, that assertion is false, not true, because this is a progressive achievement. I would like to give you the example of a national legislation on gender parity, which has not been achieved to date, and it has gone to the courts, and the courts have even ruled that this is a progressive agenda that's achieved continuously. So at the time when we advertised for the position of HR director in 2021, we did not make it a requirement, because anybody who has a track record of experience of more than 10 years as an HR practitioner, like the case of Rotich, he made a case in point for himself. And it is not a decision of one person. There were professionals, there were HR consultants we involved as technical experts from the KSG who worked with us in the interviews, and we all concurred that Mr. Rotich is an HR practitioner who has a track record for himself, despite the fact that he does not have...
On that matter, CS Kibi, let me just ask, why did you give, because to let's say the truth now, because you said we go progressively, you can be having maybe masters and you don't have the number HRM and you qualify now. Why did you give him a 5 years contract and revoke it and give him a 3 years contract? As a board, what happened? So that Sharon, Honorable Sharon, it's true, what you're asking is true, and we've seen where the lapse is. Okay. I want them to tell us what really happened. That indeed, the said HR is a practitioner, he doesn't have the number, but he's qualified. Why did you revoke the letter?
Chair, it has been answered, but let Commissioner Munge, who is the chair of recruitment, answer that question.
But you're on that case and you're not the recruitment.
Yes, I have answered that it is a progressive matter.
I'm saying,
yes.
Why did you revoke the letter, Chair? Because you're the chair of this committee, and when the revoking is happening, it's actually through your chair. Please, what happened? And you say the truth. I don't want us to go into circles. And number two, it's not even, and it's a factual, it's not the HR alone, even the wakili who is in the house. Even him, he was given 2 letters, 5 years contract. You revoked the letter, and you gave him a 3 years contract. I want to know what happened.
Madam Chair, I think that question had already been answered.
It has been answered, but the way
but all the same, I'll give to Mr. Munge to handle that.
Thank you, Chair. I think I answered that question when I was asked about the 3 officers whom their contracts were varied, and I made reference to the Employment Act of 2007, the relevant section. Upon receiving the request from the CS, how are we supposed to vary? We entered into a consultation, and the officers in their own volition accepted in writing for that variation, and we did that exactly. That consent was there from the employees.
But because you're in charge of the HR issues, is it not in order for me to say you're not up to speed with your job? And remember, the person you given 3 years contract, in his file he still has the 5 years contract, and that one is valid. You want to take us again, this board is taking this Baringo County into an implication of money that even after 3 years, Rotich is valid for 5 years, whether you like it or no, because by law, even the wakil who is seated here, even if you don't want to say the truth, let me protect you. You have a contract for 5 years. As much as you negotiated, why did you have to revoke it as a board? Honorable Sharon, let's allow your points, and we've known where the problem is, and allow us to go as the committee to retreat. And Honorable Locales, yes, I want to, Honorable Locales, there is a point that you wanted to make. Chair. Kindly submit those, I will allow you, submit those points to the board. Honorable Sharon, submit the few points that you want, yes, and you allow them to answer, and then we close that chapter.
Oh, yes, Chair.
Yes.
Let's assume for argument's sake, that qualifications are progressive. The way Mr. Kibia said, you've said it's progressive. Have you said that? Like these are progressive achievement. Probably later you'd have, as a board, you could have gotten somebody with the requisite requirement. Is that what you said?
Achievement of professional qualifications is progressive.
Exactly.
And so long as you have the experience required to do the job,
yes,
and you can do the job, you are not discriminated on the basis of that, since that has nothing to do with competence.
Can I inform you
HR.
something? Can I tell you something? For someone to practice as an HR practitioner, he ought to have a practicing certificate according to the law. That is the law. Can you navigate the law?
Not through Sharon, Honorable Sharon, because
Okay, let's go to the HR
I have given you the
to answer.
example of legislations that have not been managed
I'm
because
just-
of practical implications.
Let's go to the HR. HR, can you practice without your practicing certificate?
Honorable Sharon, through the chair,
sorry,
I'm going
through the
to
chair.
allow you, the HR, to respond to your questions.
Through the chair, HR, are you allowed to practice without your practicing certificate?
Okay, through the chair, thank you for that. It's a requirement.
Thank you.
But as indicated,
it's a requirement. That's it. It's a requirement. And Mr. Kibi, okay, finish. Okay. Put on
Order, you
mic.
are not the chairs. Order. Order, Public Service Board. Honorable Sharon, our HR, Rob, proceed with the, but there's no but. You've said
it's a requirement.
it's a requirement. And then you proceed, probably, maybe you add something, but there's no but in anything. It's a fact that you've said
It's a requirement.
it's a requirement. Now proceed with the next information. Please be on record.
okay, at certain levels, as indicated even by the CEO, there is the issue of having the experience and eventually acquiring the practicing or the membership. So I think the issue of attaining a membership is part of the requirement.
Yes.
But also, as guided, that's the issue of, but it's not there.
Yes.
But in consideration of the years which he has served, maybe can
But
give in a leeway.
HR, let me just ask you, because you are a practitioner in that place.
Yes,
Can
much
your, let's say you've worked and you've been doing HR issues maybe
yes,
for 10 years, can that make you eligible to practice as an HR, and you are not required to take up your practicing certificate? That means you can just do your, let's say, diploma in HR, you do your degree, and then you stop from there. Is that how HR is practiced in this country?
No, no.
It's not the
Honorable
case.
Sharon, Honorable Cielo want to inform you. Would you want to be informed? Honorable Sharon.
No, not on that particular matter. Let me just finish, because I'm going to close.
Please finish.
Let me just finish on that HR issue.
Please
Mr.
wind up.
The director, the contract came to an end a few, I think a year ago, and they saw it fit again to renew the contract again. Someone who is not an HR practitioner, let's assume it's progressive. This is someone who has worked for 3 years and then you renew again. Do you want us to take you seriously on that issue? Of course not. I don't require any answer to that, Chair.
Honorable Ciel, Honorable Locales, proceed, and we close that matter
Thank
from
you.
the member side, and
Thank
then I
you.
come to your side.
Madam Chair, I listened to Mr. Kibi, and I wanted Mr. Kibi to furnish this committee, because this is an investigative committee with the minutes of that interview results, including the names of those who were shortlisted and interviewed, so that we can see the qualifications which these people are saying they are there. This is one thing I just need very clear. And then secondly, there was a letter also. They said they wrote a letter the letter for. There is a letter I wanted to confirm, but Madam Chair, because I've lost that one, maybe they can provide that. But when I remember, I'll write to you what I wanted so that we can proceed. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Locales, you're done. Please proceed. Mr. Munge, your hand was up. And as you proceed, please provide us with the documents that Honorable Locales requested. And on Tuesday, 10 a.m., please, Chairman, confirm that you will really table those documents so that Mr. Munge proceeds. Mr. Munge, I had allowed Chair to be on record that those documents will be tabled in the House at 10 a.m. on Tuesday.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I don't know whether I got the kind of documents.
Please, Honorable Locales, allow the Chair, inform the Chair to be aware of what you've requested.
Yeah, I have requested this committee to be furnished with the minutes of the interview for the Director HR Baringo and the names of those who were shortlisted and interviewed. Thank you.
Is that in order, Chair?
That is in order, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Munge, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I would also wish, among the documents, I would wish to table when the Chair will be bringing the other documents is the Employment Act of 2007 on variation of contracts.
Proceed, so Mr. Munge.
That is one. Then two, the officer in question which is being discussed is actually the chair of all HR directors in Kenya right now. So,
proceed, Mr.
So
Munge.
I believe his experience at Kenyatta National Hospital and other institutions, I was able to watch his presentation yesterday, shows that at least he has a lot of experience in HR. If there are limitations, I'm sure even during the audit, it would have been an audit query. And he has also performed his work very well when you are actually renewing, giving him an extension of contract. The appraisal from the county secretary supervisor was actually very good. Excellent for that case, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Munge. We proceed to the next questions from the honorable members. Honorable Sialo.
Thank you, Chair. And there's a petition here, Madam Chair, that I would want to bring to the attention of the members. But on the issue of the casuals, I think it is clear that the board has stated that there was an irregularity in the employment of the casuals. And we want to be objective, Madam Chair, that these are the children of Baringo. They've not been earning salary for quite some time.
I'm noting, Honorable Sialo, proceed.
Yes. And I want to ask the board, is it possible that instead of asking the county secretary to provide you with all those details that you want, the qualification and all those, is it possible that you as a board approaches these employees, these casuals, as a board, and you get those documentation for you to ratify, so that we help these children of Baringo? Otherwise, if we fight and we do have supremacy battles between the county secretary, the chief officers, and yourself, we are going to make these children of Baringo and employees suffer. So is it not possible? Is it possible that you handle that matter directly by probably having a date with the casuals, and you sort out that issue, then they hand their salaries? That is my question before I proceed to the next thing.
Through the chair board, you can give. Who you want to answer that question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will give to Dr. Stella to handle that.
Madam Vice Chair, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Mheshimiwa Sialo, I think that would be a very good thing. The unfortunate bit has been the way communication is done between the Public Service Board being an entity and the executive. Remember that there is separation of roles. Yes. And that has made it probably a bit difficult for us to overstep our mandate on the other end and jump or dive into the issues of human resource on this other end. If you even see it, there are two separate entities in terms of, look at it, we have an HR director, they have an HR director, they have their systems. And now if our hands are untied, and with the help of this house, then we can now dive into it. I hope there will be procedures on how this can happen, so that it is also legitimate and legal, and it doesn't look like the board is now fighting the executive, because there are many things. You people have listened to things from Monday, I guess. And even employees have said here that they have recruited. I hope you listened. So given that chance, through the right way, we would just want to dive into it and authenticate these people. And for us, we are pro-employees. This is why we are here. And that is what even the law probably envisaged when it created another entity to check the other side. And I believe out of this, I remember when we came here for the first time, I did say that this is a problem for all of us. And if we could have a way that we could work with you, us, and the executive, we are going to sort out these issues. Thank you, Chair.
I think that is so Solomonic over, and I don't want us to question what she has said. I'm ruling it. Honorable Sialo, you are comfortable with the answer?
Yes, madam, because that was what I really wanted, because these are our children, and they've really been suffering. And I'm sure the board do not want to review or nullify the employment of these casuals, because they are our children. I would also would not accept these people to be sent home. Already they are pending salaries and everything. So through your guidance, Madam Chair, I think that will be the best position.
Chair board, allow me to take that. I don't want you to still water the issues what Vice Chair has raised, and she represents all of you because you elected her as your Vice Chair. Let's rest at that. Allow me, Chair. Let the matter of casuals, if it's not a matter of casuals, I'll give you an opportunity. If it's an issue which is not touching the casuals, I will not allow you to make, because Vice Chair, don't look at their interest that they want to talk. I just want to say something. I want us to move from this casual. I think Honorable Shalo have brought a very good way of handling it from your side, and Madam Vice Chair has owned the issue, and she has provided leadership on how we're going to handle this matter. And if you want to top up something on what Madam Vice Chair, ensure that you don't allow my members to come back on your neck. So I allow you.
Madam Chair, I think before she comes in, I think the worry here is if there will be a legal or something that grants them that the power to go and to find the information from the casual directly.
Honorable Sialo and Commissioner Christine and Commissioner Ewoy, if you look at it, even now, I've not even allowed you to speak, but already Honorable Sialo is coming to defense for something. Allow me to raise the issues of casuals, because Madam Vice Chair has just spoke. So he has given us a very...
I'm not defending anything, Madam.
No, you're not defending. I'm saying, you see, that is an interjection
yes.
from what I was ruling. And if I'm going to go again to Commissioner Christine and Commissioner Ewoy, I'm sure it will make us again to proceed, my members to make comments on their comments. Allow me to rule, Honorable Sialo, to rule that point of casuals, and through the chair of this side, let's raise that issue of casual workers on the wise words from the Vice Chair. Proceed, Honorable Sialo, if it's a new question. If it's proceed, Honorable Sialo, if it's a new question, and then we continue with the other members. I know, Sharon, you still have a question, you will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that wisdom. At least we are somewhere. And this is a memorandum about some 2 young men who are complaining that this is Tito K. Kipiegon of personal number 2011015107 and Daniel Komen Kipkoskei of personal number 2011016218. They're alleging that they've been workers. They've been working in Baringo East as livestock health assistants and livestock production officer 2 respectively. And they were working under the ESP program, which was funded by the national government. And the issue here is that they applied for a job, the ones which you had advised for the Agriculture, Department of Agriculture. And unfortunately, you did not shortlist them. Yet the other colleagues who worked with them were shortlisted, called for interviews, and they were all successful, apart from the 2. So I don't know if the board chair CS is aware, and probably should say something about it so that they feel like we've had them, and we want actually justice for everyone. Thank you.
CS Kibi.
Through the chair, that memorandum could be part of the information that those 2 persons have passed to the board. They have requested to be absorbed into employment just because they were in ESP program. Unfortunately, we cannot just absorb someone unless they go through the due process. So when you have mentioned that they were not shortlisted, there must be reasons why they were not shortlisted. I cannot delve into the details at the moment because it would amount to looking at the details of whether they met the requirements or not. So what I would like to say is that everybody was given a fair opportunity. It could be an unfortunate scenario of failing to meet the qualifications of that advert at that time, but they have an opportunity going forward to apply for other opportunities that will come around.
I think it is fair for them actually to know actually what are the exact issues or reasons why they were not shortlisted, and we can give you time because they also have their right to be heard and right of the information. So we can give you time. Probably you find out why they were not shortlisted, and so that we can be able to get back to them in a fair manner. Because already they have presented a memorandum to us.
Very well. We will inquire into the reasons.
Chair?
I just want to enrich that maybe this is a similar case with the casuals. Maybe when we take up the challenge Honorable Shell has given, they can be included in that discourse.
Well noted, Chair. Honorable Sialo. If you're done, you can proceed to Honorable
Thank you,
Baringo.
Madam. I think if they can provide an adversary to that effect, I think we have no problem.
Be guided, Chair. Over the issue Honorable Sialo was raising and you've made a ruling. I was saying be guided by his words. Honorable Engo. If you're done with your questions, Honorable Sharon, please conclude, and then Honorable Locales, you conclude so that we finish this session.
Okay. My question is regarding the recruitment that was done in the financial year 2023-2024 in the Department of Agriculture and Livestock and Fisheries. And Chair, I know you're aware that there was an advertisement that was done in that regard. Chair, do you know of such advert?
Chair,
And
proceed.
recruitment?
Chair, Korir, proceed.
Sorry, what is the question?
My question is that there was a recruitment, there was an advert that was done in the financial year 2023-2024 in the Department of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, and it was requiring, the advert was to employ certain number of employees to that department. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yes, I am.
How many people are supposed to be employed in that advert?
The advert was 123.
123. How many people were employed?
140 something.
140 something. Is that regular?
Well, I would say it is based on the reasons for doing that.
According to the law, that is okay. You advertise for this?
It depends on the reasons why the number was increased based on the requirements of the department.
Honorable Ayengo, as a point of information, do you want to be informed, Sharon, or they be informed?
I don't know if
you allow
on that particular point, or I can.
Yes, on that particular point.
Okay, I welcome my colleague.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. I wanted to to ask the Chair, is it truly right to advertise for 123 and you continued to employ 140 something? You know, you call it 40 something. What is this 40 something? Can we give us give a right figure?
Yeah, it is 149.
Proceed.
149.
149.
Yeah,
correct.
And from there, I'll give to
Who gave you the intent of the extra?
Allow me to give to the chair RTD, recruitment and training, to continue from there.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, it is true there are 149, and within that, the HR manual, the best practice, we are aware that we actually advertising positions is costly, and there is this issue of austerity measure, and the good HR practice also allows that an employer can generally use data from job application for recruitment purposes for up to 6 months. And the cabinet or the department made a request, and I'll table that. And the cabinet met on 13 October 2023 to place that request, and I have the minutes of the cabinet. And the CS also gave the positions to be included in that recruitment, and also in the indent. And I think, Chair,
whatever the case, was it right, even for people of Baringo, in their minds, how many employees were required? Were they aware there are 149 or 123?
Through the Chair, that
proceed. I allow you, Munge, to proceed until we continue. We finish with that matter with Honorable Ayengo and Honorable Sharon.
So within that period, the people who are considered had actually applied for the same positions.
Correct. I know.
And
even
within that period.
I know the number of applicants can even exceed 1,000, or even 500 or 700. But what about the intern from the Department of Agriculture? Because it is agriculture. Did they walk up and they were confused that they didn't know they wanted 123 staff, so that they just give another intern of 20 what? 26. And by the way, Mr. Munge, is it actually right to advertise for 123 and you continued, whatever, even if it was sanctioned by the cabinet? Was it right to advertise for 123 positions and you continue to balloon it to 149?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Honorable Aengwa. I think I've given the justification.
I know that one.
Even the people were retired around that time. I don't think we disadvantaged anybody at that time because the data we are using is for those who had actually applied for this.
Let me accept that one. What about the budget? Because
Honorable Engo, let me interject a little bit. You said there are people who retired after the advert, right?
Yes.
After the advert.
And we were furnished with the names
Munge,
and
listen.
the amount they were earning.
Commissioner Munge, listen. You said there are people who retired after the advert.
It should have been, okay, Chair, within that period, but they furnish us with that information after the
Munge,
advert.
I want us to be factual. That is why I'm asking you this question, so that this committee can be able to use the same information to deliberate on their issues after here.
Yeah, let me,
And the earlier you said the truth, the better. I'm asking you. You said the 25 that were added are the people who retired in that department. Is it true that they retired after your advert?
Chair, I'll table the document which shows.
I don't want you to table the document. I want facts because you are there and you know. Is it true that they retired after your advert? Because you said it is expensive to re-advertise, right?
Chair,
you said it's expensive. No, we are going to facts.
Yes,
Munge,
let me
you said it's expensive to re-advertise, right?
Yes.
And it's true that they retired after your advertisement.
No, not necessarily, Chair.
Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Engo and Honorable Sharon.
Another question, so that we don't so much labor on that one. Who signed the 123 employment letters? And the other 26?
Proceed, CS Kibi.
Through the chair, the 123 successful candidates was signed, the appointment letters were signed by the Secretary of the Board, but the other 26 was signed by the County Secretary on delegation of authority from the board.
Why did you delegate? And is that delegation written? And where did you go?
And was there the letter for delegation?
Were you sick?
Written.
Were you hospitalized?
Yes, I was unwell.
You are unwell?
Yes.
For how long? Are there documents to that effect? You know where you are smiling, my dear brother, but you know this is a serious matter.
Yes, it can be tabled. I can retrieve the records.
That you are sick?
Yes.
And the board delegated?
You know, the board,
and you remember,
the board's decisions, a corporate decision is not a decision of a member or a secretary.
Remember also, so many agricultural officers actually retired, I think between 2013, and there was no replacement until that particular advert. What was the urgency? What was so urgent that we could stay without agricultural officers from 2013 who retired up to 2023, and you replaced the intern from the department was 123. What was the urgent? What was so urgent about replacing the 26? And when you go to the records, between the time you advertised and the time these ones were employed, is it exactly, can we get that number 26 that they retired between that period?
Through the chair,
because we can confirm, we can verify.
And be guided as well that the CS Agriculture was here yesterday, and I'm sure you watched our presentations, and she committed herself to some documents. And I have the documents from the Department of Agriculture here, the people who've retired from when, all those issues. So I'm going to take your submissions, CSKB, as factual and retreat to with my committee to make our recommendation. Proceed, Ayengo.
Sorry, Chair. I thought you wanted me to clarify.
I didn't even say anything. I just made my comment as the chair of the committee, so that when I retreat to make my own comments, I want you to make sure that I'm noting your points through and through. Honorable Ayengo, proceed.
Let me now look like the innocent Baringo son or daughter, or the residents of Baringo. What will Baringo people say about the additional 26 employees that you later on sneaked in? Even to just a layman, atasema nini? Mnatangaza hii, mnaongeza hii, atasema nini? Na wanajua kweli hii 26 waliongezeka? Are they aware? Madam Chair, I think this is I think I can say this is truly illegal. I'm not mimi sijasomea sheria, lakini this one is just wrong.
And again, CSKB, you said you delegated the issue, the employment of the 26, the letters, to be signed by our CS Chepcoin. And you went ahead that you were sick and you're smiling to our committee. Those 26 employment that happened affect every child in Baringo. That you can just retreat in a room and decide who gets a job. And in our country, not even Baringo alone, you know what unemployment means. And remember, you've said clearly that even in the social media, people are saying people are paying to get jobs in Baringo, blah, blah, the one you know. Do you think the children of Baringo and the people of Baringo are not justified to say people buy jobs? Because how will you even explain to the world how you got 26, how you delegated your job, that you were given the mandate by this assembly? They passed you people to represent the people of Baringo. And you agreed to delegate your duties for our children to be denied opportunities to CS Chepcoin, who is even him, we appointed him and he knows his roles. We knew you will protect our children by using the constitutions and the rest, but you decided you want to give the job to the CS to decide for the children of Baringo. History will charge us harshly. And the county is watching. And members, I want us to proceed to where you're going, and we finish by the things we've agreed that we want to close this session.
Last, Madam Chair.
I'm not ruling. Yes. I just want to inform this county
Madam Chair,
of the injustices that are happening, Honorable Ayengo, so that you finish. Because this committee, we've come to bring justice. We are not going to make any, we are not pushing anyone to do any mistake, but I want it to come clear that we are pinpointing issues that the public cannot come to our office and get to know. But the committee, through Ayengo, kindly make your submissions,
yes,
so that we make a ruling, and Sharon, finish on that matter so that we move to the next step.
Yes, Madam Chair. I wondered if we can be able to be, if this committee can be able to be furnished with the shortlisted candidates.
For the one, the one for 123?
All of them?
Yes.
So that we can ascertain. Also the mark lists and the CVs for these 26. The CVs for these 26. Because we are getting a lot of stories, Madam Chair, it is better for us to also know whether they are actual agricultural officers or not. So the
Honorable Ayengo, I can proceed to inform the committee that I've received the documents, the shortlisting. The only thing that I know the committee we've not been furnished with is the CV from the applicants. But the rest of the documents you're quoting, they're already here. Honorable Ayengo, finish.
And actually, maybe, I don't know, the long list.
Allow me, Chair, to make that information comprehensive. Could you please confirm that the list that I have here is the long list? CSKB, kindly.
Uphold is both the long list and the short list.
Thank you. Honorable Ayengo, please finish.
And the CVs, Madam Chair.
Chair, board, please, are you committing yourself that you will submit the three documents to this committee?
Yeah, we can trace them.
Thank you. And please, I'm giving you time because probably maybe there are documents that are, kindly commit yourself. When are you going to table them? CSKB?
Since that is going to the records, it might take time to trace the CVs or attachments. I request the committee to give it until the end of next week.
Well guided, CSKB. Honorable Ayengo?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Locales, proceed.
I'm just concerned, Chair, that Honorable Mr. Kibi is telling this committee that there are other ways to advertise or to pick people. Just like picking somebody to take care of your cows and your housemaid. Mr. Kibi, are you aware of Section 66 of County Government Act, where it says, if a public office is to be filled, the County Public Service Board shall invite application through advertisement and other modes of communication so as to reach as wide a population of potential applicants as possible, and especially persons who for any reason have been or may have been disadvantaged, to reach, underline, to reach a wide population of potential applicants. The 26 positions you are adding on top of the 123 did not attract the population that should have deserved. And therefore, I count this, Madam Chair, as an illegality. That is the name that this should just be given. There is nothing more, nothing less. An illegality, and once a legality, and it's an illegality. And you must admit, you take the bull by the horns. You are the board.
Proceed, Honorable Shano, to finish.
Chair, on those 2023, 2024, I think the information that we've sought will help us get information such as, if you give us the information that we've sought, we'll know whether they are irrelevant or wrong qualifications to the jobs that you are able to, for the people that you placed for employment. And also, cases of underemployment were reported during our public participation, whereby we have cases where a graduate was given a lower job group than the entry point. I don't know if you can confirm if that is the case. Because during public participation, we've gone and we usually get cases that we usually give people with very high qualifications lower job groups. Chair.
Chair, proceed. With information.
Thank you.
With information.
Thank you, Chair. Two things that I wanted to, I'm sorry, I just want to go back a bit to the issue of the 26.
I honestly want us to
just-
raise that
sorry.
matter. Please answer. I've asked my question, my dear.
Vice
answer my
Chair,
questions.
Vice Chair, you know
That, and we have made, if you seen, if that, and we have made, if you seen, if you see the advisories that we've given, we have been requesting on how we can move these people from contracts to PNP. I think he did handle with it, and we've done. I remember we even looked at water, at
job for an advocate to work for you again. Let's say another legal officer. You have her who is under contract, and then you bring another person on permanent and pensionable basis. Don't you think it would have made sense for you to confirm her before bringing someone else on board, even for fair labor practices?
It is still fair labor practices, Honorable Sharon, because it's a matter of managing the requirements. Because I could have somebody on contract, but you still need another person. And if you look at the payments you pay on contract, if the liability is higher and you need somebody to perform on a long term.
Okay, Mr. Kibi.
Yes.
I get that. Does it make sense for you to confirm that person that has been working for you, and then you bring another person on contract so that you can don't show these people discrimination and show fair labor practices? Does that make sense?
Not quite, because it's a matter of the money. If we had all the money, and I want to tell this House that if we get adequate budget, and these are simply, the honorable members in this House are members of the County Assembly, whenever you pass the budget.
This one is not about the budget.
Honorable Sharon, can I seek clarity on that point? Because I can see clearly the CS is not. What she's asking is, you advertise a job for the legal department, and we have our legal person who've been working on contract. Is it possible you consider the person who was there?
If she applies and meets the qualifications, she will be taken.
Honorable Sharon?
Okay. We've had officers who have been working on contracts over the years in Baringo in different departments, and we brought other people on board on permanent and pensionable basis for getting those who are on contracts. And Mr. Kibi, I don't know, how many times can you renew a fixed term contract? How many times according to the law?
There is no amount of number of times which you can renew.
Yes.
It depends on your continuing needs. If a fixed term contract is for 1 year, you can renew that contract for a further 1 year or even a further 2 or 3 years, depending on your needs.
7?
Yes, any amount of time is applicable, so
you
long as you have agreed that is the amount of time that is required for that job to be done.
I just want us to, through the chair, I want to go to the legal counsel to help us understand that subject. Can you renew contracts perpetually for employees under the law?
Wakili, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think you can renew contracts continuously for more than 7
Wakili,
years.
please don't use the word I don't think, because I'm sure you're a legal counsel. Please advise the committee here and your members.
It's immoral for employers to renew contracts for more than 7 years continuously for staff.
Thank you so much. That is from, please be taking legal counsel from a very brilliant young lawyer. My last question is on Lake Bogoria. We have workers who have been working in Lake Bogoria.
What is your point of information, Mr. Munge? Is it about what Sharon is, Honorable Sharon is moving, or the point of?
Chair, what I want to add is that Honorable Sharon has not taken Kibi's answer in context. And what the legal officer has answered is continuous engagement without a break. But where there is a break, you can renew as many times as possible.
Okay, I can give you
Honorable Sharon, let me close that thing in a very good manner. And I support Wakili. Are you aware that our ICU is being run by nurses who are on contract since 2019 to date. And now their contract ended in May, and you've not renewed their contract, and you know the availability of the nurses at the hospital. Is it in order that we keep employing nurses, and we don't even consider those who we have, they are really carrying the life of the people at the ICU, and they've been on contract. I want the chair to confirm to me if their contracts, because I'm aware that they've written a letter for you to confirm their contracts, and they are still lying on your table. Please confirm to this house. And Munge, be informed. We have so many employees who've been on contract renewal continuously past 7 years. Chair, please proceed.
I think that the nurses who are in ICU, we have already completed their renewal of contract.
That's not true. Where is the contract lying? Because we've had the replies from the CEO. Their letter is still lying on your table. Where is it exactly? Be factual so that we get to know. Because we want our ICU to be... Are you aware that we lost a patient? Because we don't have nurses there. So please be informed and tell us exactly where their contract is, at what level.
Madam Chair, I think the board deliberated on the ICU nurses, and the resolution was that their contracts be renewed. So as far as I'm concerned, from that point, then their letter should be going, or should have gone by now.
Madam Vice Chair, kindly confirm to me where that letter, at what stage? Is it at the CS office? Is it at the CO's office? Is it at your office?
Honorable Chair, I think the CS can confirm that. It was about something else that I wanted to add, so let him finish.
Chair, let me confirm to the committee that we have deliberated and issued instructions to the CS that they distribute those letters of renewal and inform the officers that they are on duty legally. And at this point,
well answered,
at
Kibi.
this point, Chair,
well answered. My point, it was on my case, and it's well answered, and I'm comfortable with the answers you've given. I know where to go from here, Honorable Ngoti.
Chair, you cannot be comfortable.
About the IC,
you should request for a letter. That letter that informs them that they are.
Okay, let me make a ruling. I didn't want to make a ruling because Honorable Sharon was on that case. When she closes,
No,
I was going
I'm saying about your question.
My question was still, Sharon was making submissions. Let me make a ruling on my question so that you'll be okay with my points. Chair, you've ruled that the nurses' contracts are already out of your table. I would want you to forward the letters, the letter of the same, to this committee on Tuesday by 10 a.m. so that we know at what point did you deliberate on that issue and forward it to the CS.
I think that's okay. Yeah.
On Tuesday, 10 a.m. Chair, you know the ruling comes from your desk, not. I want you to agree with me that we are going to get that information. Actually, not even on Tuesday. Why would you get on Tuesday? And this is a live. It's an issue that touches live. At the ICU is not something that we can wait until Tuesday. Please, I need to see that letter today, before 5. Because it's simple. So you said you've deliberated and you've finished. So please, CSKB.
to talk about Tuesday.
No, 5. You can even text your staff at the office to just remove that document and bring it as we continue from here.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
But there is a supplementary point that I wanted to put
on the issue of the nurse, on the issue
straight.
On the issue of the ICU nurses?
Yes.
Okay,
the fact that an employee is on contract does not make him or her less competent than the one in P&P. So I was just trying to put it on record that the fact that they are on contract does not mean that they don't qualify for P&P. It's a matter of administrative management of the budget, budgetary provisions, and if this House found a way to ensure that we have funds, we will convert them to
Thank you
P&P
for reminding me again. I know that you have 17 nurses that were advised, and you are continuing on your recruitments. Please consider those who are working for this county for those many years, including the nurses. I'm now certain that those who are working at the hospitals now are competent, and I believe, Chair, you will consider them. There are 17 of them that you're deliberating on them. We will really wish to see that the issue of casuals and the contracts are considered during your employment of this PNP. And this will be a case study. I am an Honorable Ngoche. I want you to clear the doubt that about the issues that I was talking about. Are you okay with the ruling that I've made? That we get the documents by 4:30, before the close of the day?
Maybe Tuesday is appropriate. You know, they have said they can make now. You give them up until Tuesday.
Honorable Ngoche, I'm going to take it up today, that matter of ICU personally. After if you don't get it after this meeting, we go hand in hand, we get that information. Our clerk will move with speed with you. When you get out of here, you get that information. Thank you, Honorable Sharon. Let's wind up.
Chair, I think on that issue of contracts, I'm done. We've seen there is a problem. My last question, the other people I really need you to consider, those people are working as guides at Lake Bogoria Spa Resort. They've been in contracts for so many years, and their contracts, even as we speak, their contracts have not been renewed. So you can actually write it down, and when you go back to your meetings, you can think about them. Their contracts needs to be, have they been sorted?
It's not Lake Bogoria Spa Resort. It is our
Lake Bogoria, just Lake Bogoria Reserve. Sorry, you know.
Proceed, Chair, and you're not on record.
Well, I want to confirm, Madam Chair and the honorable members, that what Honorable Sharon has raised about the Lake Bogoria tour guides, their contracts have already been renewed.
But is that, Chairman, is that 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
It was not yet renewed.
No, it is done.
Now?
Yes, it is done.
You can give us at least evidence.
I think it was in the same sitting with ICU.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Chairman, Chair can rule on that also. They provide evidence.
Let me allow Commissioner Christine, because she's been raising her hands, and please proceed, Madam Christine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to bring to the attention of the committee that the board works. And the issue of renewals, we actually, issues that we can deal with them urgently, we do them immediately. So for any renewals, we don't stay with the documents without renewing. Secondly is that this contract renewal is also a problem to the board. Because each and every time we renew these contracts, you know, we also note that these staff are stagnating. They are not progressing in terms of career progression. So if there is a way that this house can help us to get the additional funds, which is not so much because those people are already having their contracts, then it will be better we convert them into PNP. Because what will be the rationale to confirm a few, probably through an advert, a few, and you are living like the entire lot. It will be also discriminatory.
What about the baby steps?
Yeah, that is why we are saying if there is a possibility that we can be given, you know, like, let's say, for example, the nurses, the ICU nurses, and they are doing the same work. And we probably, 2 of them are taking on PNP and the others are not. You know, even in terms of work ethics, it may not look very good.
So, Christine, would it be fair,
yes,
for example, in that instance, for you to bring another nurse totally, like when you've done recruitment for nurses even before,
true,
and you know you've brought even people who are not even working in the hospital within Baringo, and you've recruited them, forgetting that there are those who have been working as contractors, and you've brought new ones. Was that not irregular?
Of course, when it goes to an advert, there is also other requirements that we follow. But can you imagine that the UHC, how many staff are there in UHC? How many nurses? There are quite so many.
Christy, let's just go back to that issue of contract. I addressed it, but again, let's deal with it.
My
request, Christine,
Honorable
allow
Member,
me to deal with that because I addressed it. Does it make sense? These 7 ICU nurses, they've been working for 7 years. And you've brought new nurses, even as early as last year. You brought new ones, right?
There were around 5, I think so.
5.
Yes.
And you brought new ones on PNP. Don't you think it could have made a lot of sense for you to confirm those who are already working with us on a permanent basis? And probably you can create room for other people to come on contract.
Yeah, that is right.
That is right, and that is
yeah. But what we are saying is that in Baringo County government, we have a lot of contractual staff. Let's see on how to deal with this contractual staff by providing funds so that we can be able to confirm this stuff. Because they are our children.
I agree. They are our children. They are our people. It's our concern, all of us. But again, can we be doing before we get the funds? One thing that I want our budget committee to do is actually to get money and a budgetary allocation for recruitment. But even before then, can we do things in a manner that makes us look like we are making progress? Confirming those who are already there, and then we get new ones as we continue. And this is a matter that I addressed. I don't think it's...
I think, Honorable Sharon, if it's the issue of contracts, we are still going to belabor on issues that you've ruled out.
Yes.
And even the ants that have been raised now, it's because of that issue of contract. You can see already Chair is up, Mr. Munge is up, and those ants were not up. And I'm sure it's the issue of contract. Allow me to give it, I don't know, Chair, guide me. I want to give one person, or I give you the 3 of you, you make your submissions, and then I close this session completely so that I move to the points that I have, and then we close the session. I allow you from, because you're the chair, I think you make the summary of this session. I start with Mung. But it's still, Chair, you are not on record. Allow Munge to be on mic.
Thank you, Chair. From what Honorable Sharon has stated, if you go back to all the advertisements we have, the positions we have advertised in the past, there is evidence that we have been absorbing some of our staff on contract. It's not true that we have been ignoring them. In every recruitment, they get a chance. Why do we do this? I would invite that we look at the County Government Act on the competitive nature of recruitment. It's a process, it is a procedure, there is a criteria. So we cannot be subjective and say, you are here, you are giving you because you have in our facility. They compete with everybody in this country. At times the department gives certain specialization, which some of these officers don't have. We cannot vary.
Noted, Mr. Munge, you're going back to the points that you've belabored in this committee. Next, Vice Chair. Allow the Vice Chair to be on mic.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have a different thought that we look like we are saying that contracts are bad. But I think it's because of how much is paid in contracts. We have a lot of money, like when you go to the hospitals, they have a lot of money. If there is a way that we can have a strategic way of using those funds in a good way so that the money that are in the hospitals.
Are you,
through the-
are you alluding that we are not using our money well?
No. I'm saying so that we can have a strategic way. I'm talking about strategy, Madam Chair, that we have this money and prioritize some of those core functions within the hospitals and have those nurses, wherever, paid well, so that they could even be paid as much as what the others are paid, the people who are on PNP. So PNP becomes lucrative because it is higher. So I really wish that through your committee, this House could indulge in helping in your recommendations that money that is received in the hospitals through the FIF fund can be utilized in a way that these nurses are also paid higher than what they are paid for now.
Noted, Madam Vice Chair. Please, Chair, proceed as we wind up.
I give them. This is for the nurses, eh?
You are allowed to table, Chair. Where are you harassing your chair, CSKB?
Madam Chair.
Our sergeant at arm kindly allowed, or you have your water. Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair. I think contractual staff and casuals has taken 3/4 of our time since morning. So we should all appreciate and accept the fact that we have an elephant in the house. Honorable Shallow came up with a cure. And to me, that's one side of it. I support the idea of talking to this staff. According to him, it was casuals. We should also consider contracts and look at it holistically so that we have a tripartite.
Honorable Chair, are you aware that that really lies squarely on you, and we've given you the mandate because you are the Public Service Board? There's no one who said you want us to give us that job. It's your job. You're speaking as if you're not a Public Service Board.
Allow me to
But I'll not allow you to give out your responsibilities.
Allow me to finish.
But you proceed and confine your if it's an information for yourself, then it wouldn't be even prudent for you as a chair to say the things you are saying right now are not in order.
Madam Chair, this recruitment involves money. It involves money, it involves funds, and the board has no funds. So that's why I'm talking about that tripartite meeting where all the stakeholders hold a meeting, hold the bull by the horns, look for the money, solve this, cure this problem.
We have money for the casuals. Our treasury reported to this house that we have 8 million lying, waiting for your approvals for these casuals to be paid. And that is why I said, I'm closing this matter there. You want to open a Bandorak box that we cannot close it again. You see, your CS already is up, want to say something? Because you're saying there's no money and we have money. Probably, maybe if you want us to employ all of them, which is...
Yes, that's what I'm heading, that instead of these renewal contracts forever, you look for funds to take them in.
Kindly, your advice is very good, but directly through the letters to our executive, so that for consideration. Members, are you closing this session at this, that we have issues, threats that has been sent to to our members in this house? Okay, I allow you members to raise those concerns so that I close it. Honorable Locales.
Thank you, Chair. First, Chair, there is an issue you have left. I had a question on the issue of a court case. Mr. Chairman, we are aware that after this committee was formed, you went to court. Did you go to court as an individual, or you sought redress as a committee, and what was it all about? I'm saying, after this committee was formed, we are aware through the judiciary portal that you sued this committee. You sued the Speaker of the Assembly. What was it all about going to court, even before knowing the verdict of this committee?
Thank you.
And did you, as you are doing, did you do as a board, or someone was seeking redress as individual?
Proceed, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, we went as a board, not as an individual. Why we did that, Madam Chair and honorable members, is that when you looked at the social media, it was awash. There was an avalanche of comments, which to us looked like it was injurious to the board.
So you are suing the social media?
Not really as such. Secondly,
okay,
we are also looking at personal data. How do we, suppose we give out information that will turn, eventually if it is leaked, it will turn against the board.
The information was, you were concluding that who will leak your information?
With this age, with this technological age, if we, nowadays you see, our letter is written in Nairobi. And the next
I'm just
minute,
asking a simple question. I wanted to know, because it's now the Ad Hoc Committee that we want to know. Who are you looking like they will leak your information?
we were, it's not, we are not accusing the committee that they will leak it. But
Thank
once,
Proceed, Honorable Locales.
So now that you have come, you have shared the information with us, do you still have the same worry?
we presume that this Ad Hoc Committee will protect that, because there is a law on data protection.
Then what happens to the court case?
We can as well withdraw.
You can as well withdraw. Let me share my minutes with Sharon, Madam Chair, to proceed from where I've left.
Proceed. And even on that note, and one of the things that has that came out is that.
Sorry, and I'm giving to Mr. Kibi to handle them.
I'm giving it to Kibi.
Honorable Sharon, you are out of order.
I apologize.
Are you proceeding, or you are proceeding, or I allow Honorable CS Kibi to continue?
I want to ask a question.
Proceed, Honorable Sharon.
Thank you. Now, we've heard from the chairperson that they felt that the information that was being shared on social media were injurious to them. And we've seen that the case that they filed is a judicial review application. Judicial review application is meant to seek redress on a quasi-judicial organization on issues like number one. And judicial review, you can only get 4 orders to prohibit. to prohibit, to quash, and to force an organization to do something. So in this instance, what were you trying to do to the county assembly that has a mandate to offer oversight in Baringo County? And McHugh, this is an oversight mandate that has been granted to us in the Constitution of Kenya. And whose funds were you using to go to court? Is it a money that was allocated that had already been allocated by the board to sue? Did you have a budgetary allocation for that reason?
Proceed, CSKB.
Through the chair, we would like to respond to this action as follows also. In addition to what the chairman has said, yes, let's not forget that it is a right of every person to seek legal redress if their rights are infringed or are threatened to be infringed. Number two, the chairman cited the lynching by mob justice in the social media. On the reputation of the board and the members of the board, we wished to bring it to this house that we need protection of the law so that we are not...
So the judicial review was meant to do what? To stop the assembly from doing what?
Not necessarily to stop the assembly,
Chair, let me just pass it. Please pass it to the legal officer who can state to us what a judicial review is for.
It's through the chair. If you will allow, because the CSKB is on mic.
I haven't actually finished the reasons.
I'm going to give you. I'm going you to proceed. I was guiding Honorable Sharon that it is through the chair that you will decide who will come to their rescue. Please, Honorable CSKB, proceed.
And also on the matter of stoppage of the recruitment process, we realize that if this thing is stopped like the way it is already stopped, and we have very limited time to the end of the financial year.
Are you aware that this process was just taking 30 days? We are in the conclusion of this matter. Are you aware?
Yes. It's
30 days.
30 days. In the assembly, we were just given 30 days to clear this issue.
Yes, exactly. I think we are aware that you have 30 days, but we also have less than 30 days now to ensure that we do not have the recurrent money that was allocated for employment lapsing. Because the risk we have here is, at the end of this financial year, which is at 30th of June, without conclusion of this recruitment process, that money is lost.
Mr. Kibi, on the same point, now that you're talking about money that can be lost, are you aware that there's a high likelihood that you're going to lose 34 million Kenya shillings that was meant for casual workers if we move to the other financial year?
Yes, and exactly the reason why we are saying culpability and finding where the responsibility lies must be found out by this Ad Hoc Committee. Because if we just approve blindly, we will be committing an illegality ourselves.
Okay.
So we want this Ad Hoc Committee to understand us that you cannot, like the debate and the motion in the assembly was actually trying to force us to do an illegality.
That is not true.
And that is
not
why
true.
we went
we
for
cannot
judicial
allow
review.
you.
Order, CSKB. You cannot inform this house about the ruling of the speaker. It was
I'm not informing. I am just interpreting.
You are interpreting as who?
Yes.
As myself.
No. You cannot interpret by. You are not the speaker of the house. Please confine yourself to the issues that we are discussing here, so that we conclude.
Okay. Lastly, did you have a budgetary allocation for that work?
I didn't answer it completely because you have
I'm
stopped
done with that
me.
part.
I will
Do you
go
have
to,
the
I'll go
budget?
to that. I'll go to
No,
that.
Kibi, just answer my question. Do you have the budget or not?
Which budget?
For
Budget
the
for the
case
legal
that you
process.
sued the assembly.
No, we
We
sued.
don't have the budget. And you sued as a board. You did not sue as an individual.
We have a right to protect our reputation. So
You are
if
going to
we-
protect
if
your
we sue
reputation
using our own
using-
funds, there is nothing illegal about it.
Have you sued as a board or as individuals?
As a board,
Using whose funds?
chairman, we are members of the board, and if we have
you used public
our rights-
funds or your private money? Your individual money?
we have used our individual money.
Thank you, and we'll follow up on that. Lastly, as the board, this particular board, are you a full-time board or you're working on based on allowances?
I don't understand the question.
Are you a full-time board? Are you supposed to be in your offices every day, or you work when you're called upon by your duties?
Through the chair, we have a combination of
proceed,
members
yes.
who are full-time members and some are part-time members.
Who are part-time?
One member, Dr. Stella, is a part-time member.
And the full board, the other board members?
Everybody else is a full-time member.
So if we come to your offices, we are most likely to find all of you working apart from Christine.
Which Christine?
Apart from Madam Vice Chair.
That is not true through the chair. That's not true, Honorable Keter, because this is a board that is independent. Its performance of the functions is regulated by statute, Section 59A.
We've not disputed that. I'm just asking, if we come to your offices and knowing that you've been employed and we are using our public money, taxpayers' money, will we find you in your offices?
All the functions of the board are not necessarily always inside the boardroom.
I rest my case. Chair, you can proceed.
Honorable Chair, would you allow me to allow your counsel to say something? Be on record.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Judith, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to clarify on the issue on why the members of the Public Service Board felt the need to go to court. They looked at Section 45 of the PMF Act, which states that if money is unspent by the end of June of a financial year, we risk losing the money. So they were concerned about the stoppage by the County Assembly of the enforcement and the revenue clerks. So they went to court to compel the court to allow them to proceed with that exercise so that they can allow the children of Baringo to come on board, considering that it takes a lot of time before we get funds to recruit individuals in this county. So the board was concerned that they really needed to continue with the exercise so that they do not lose those particular funds.
Did you serve the same petitions to this assembly? So that we be aware what exactly were you seeking?
Chair, I'm not the one who filed the petition. Perhaps the council.
Don't run away. You know you are the legal counsel of the board. Did you serve this assembly with the said petition?
It is not my responsibility to serve, my lady, if I'm not the one who filed the petition. The lawyer who filed the petition is tasked to serve the petition.
Do you know you represent Baringo County at large as Wakili of Baringo County government?
Yes, Chair. And my role as well is to advise the board. If I see that public funds is likely to be lost in a circumstance, I'll advise them accordingly. That is my duty.
Am I in order if I ask our chair board that we see that petition?
No, you will not be out of order. You can see the petition. The petition is a public document, and I'm sure it can be accessed in court once it's filed. Everyone or all the members of the public can access it.
Thank you, Madam Wakili Chair. If I request that you get the petition tabled in our committees, is it possible?
I think,
I'm just asking.
I
is
think
it
it's a public
possible
document. I think, Madam
no,
Chair,
I don't want it to be a public. I want it now to be us. We are in the house. I want it to. You can supply us with that petition, like the documents that we've been tabling. And we are, and you- as fact that, by the fact that you are aware, we are parties to that petition. And now that we want to solve the issues of Baringo County, the board and the assembly, are we allowed to see that petition through you, Chair?
I don't think it is secretive, Madam Chair. And the lawyer who was handling should have served there.
But the document is within your office,
It is
Chair.
public. Sorry?
The document is within your office.
You can download. We don't have. I don't have. we
Okay,
don't have
thank
a
you. If
copy,
you don't
but
have in
can
your
download.
office,
We don't
if
have.
you don't have in your
We don't
office,
have,
it's
honestly.
okay, it's
We
okay,
don't have,
Chair.
but I know-
Now, members, let's proceed. You know, I wanted us to clear this matter about the insecurity issues that has happened. You know, we've been issued with threats. Members, make your comments so that I make a ruling. Honorable Ngotie.
Madam Chair, we are aware that there is a document sent to one of our honorable member threatening this committee. So we would like to know whether it is true or not.
On that matter?
And also why. If it is yes, why?
On that matter, I don't want us to, I just want to go straight to the point. You're aware in this country what politicians go through. The last case that had happened, we lost Honorable from Kasapul through threats, and finally he was killed. In this house, one of our members has been threatened by one of the, a spouse from one of our commissioners here, and the message is here with us. We would want the public to know about that message, and we want the public to know as well that we are on threat as we try to find solution for this county, and that message should be seen by the whole people of this county, and they be aware so that they can know that our life is at risk as we try to protect their interests. And I'm not going to go around the stories. I want to know if the chair, through the chair, I want to know if your commissioner one, Christine, knows about that message. And if you are not aware, you tell me so that I proceed to the next step. Please proceed to give her the mic so that we be on record. And before you proceed, Madam Christine, please don't lie to this committee, because we are going to take this matter very seriously, and it's an issue that is with our member. The 45 of us are in danger, as you can read that message very well. And if you go away to lie to this house, I believe your words will be used to protect our member, because already we are going to take an action about it. So proceed to make your submissions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not aware about the message, and I am a person of integrity, and I stand as a person. And I don't have any personal issue with any member of parliament, a member of county assembly here, and I've never had any issue with any.
But you are aware this message comes from your spouse?
I'm not sure. I have not been given.
Thank you, my members. Thank you, my members. Proceed to make your comments so that we close this session. Allow Honorable Ayengo to make his comment. Allowed, Commissioner Christine.
Oh, thank you. And I also know that there are laws in this country, and if there is somebody who has threatened anybody, there are legal offices for redress. Thank you.
But you know why I was bringing it to your attention? Because you are dealing with the Public Service Board, whom you are a member, and if our member is threatened to his grave, as we are part of it, it means our life is in danger, and it's because of the position that you are holding. And I am sure we've not threatened you in any way. We just called you to come to this committee in good faith. And I really want it to be in public domain. Honorable Laengwa, proceed.
My request, Madam Chair, was I thought you would read that message.
Honorable Sharon, proceed and read that message.
Read. Go slow bro. Wewe na wenzako hamujui siasa na maisha. You need your family more than time bro. You think it's a walk in the park roaming around kuvuta. Jaribu tuone wewe takataka kama wewe na maumbwa zako may go to hell. You've tried to finish me and my family, lakini mimi nitakumaliza umbwa. I'm there to face you to the grave. Eti unataka kuvuta kazi takataka wewe na wenzako. You think your power kutoa my wife kwa kazi ndio wewe ukae vizuri na familia yako. I'll mess you in person, ndio to the grave bro. A mad person if you don't know.
I think my point of insecurity to my members is clear.
Maybe another issue, Madam.
Honorable Laengwa, make your points, and then Honorable Lekangbon, I can see you on mic. Please proceed.
Another issue, Madam Chair, as we went around the sub-county headquarters, we went to Mogotio, we went to Lamarabin, Marigat, Baringo North, Baringo Central here in Cabernet. Madam Chair, we were threatened when we were in Chemolingot. Madam Chair, we were threatened, and a name of one of the board members was mentioned by the goon. I think I can call them
Proceed
goons.
to mention the name so that they be aware.
Mr. Woy. They mentioned and they pointed at our member here that wewe unataka kuvuta mtoto wetu ambaye ametuletea kazi mingi. Ati tumekuja na forms ya ku-impeach Mr. Woy, Lochom. We were threatened, Madam Chair. And I think Mr. Woy is aware of it. And all over, when we went around, there was no issue, Madam Chair. So I don't know what the hell is. This matter of protection, this matter of trying to intimidate us when we are doing our oversight role, I don't know what it is, Madam Chair. So that is it. That is it, Madam Chair.
Before I close, Chair, what do you have to say? Chair, Public Service Board.
I think at this point in time, I have no comment. I'm still trying to figure out what it is.
But at least you've noted that it's posing insecurity to our members. Please, let's all of us be aware that we are all. Before I make a ruling, I can see a boy raising his hand. Please give.
Proceed away. Well, I'm presenting on an item. What I'm saying.
Proceed away.
What I'm saying, Madam Chair, is that I've raised my hand from the time I come to this house, Honorable House, that say unfortunately I've never spoken.
You know the rules and procedures of the Assembly, and even the rules that we applied here. When I gave an opportunity, I want to make it clear so that you don't move out of this house. blaming me as the chair. When I gave an opportunity to your chair to pick who to speak, did I ask him to pick whoever he picked? Please proceed to make a comment on the issues that members have raised so that we close this issue.
Yeah, I wanted to be very categorical on this, that have been mentioned on serious issues, including issues of insecurity to honorable members. And my name has been put thank you, but somebody mentioned my name, and the person who mentioned my name is not named, which I think is very important. I wanted to beg to say that I did not know anything as alleged by members. Anything about anybody causing any insecurity to any member, especially the honorable members who went to visit Tiati and who went to visit Cabernet and other places. I want to say very clear that my own spirit and religion do not allow me to harm anybody at this particular time. I don't know what to say. I am a serious member of Anglican Church of Kenya. In fact, the chairman of Haram and a member of Zero, Baringo County, Anglican Church. So, on those issues, Madam Chair, if there are, I want to be very, very sorry to the members of that, and I also want to visit them to avoid the necessary measures that enforce law in this republic. On the same, including recording statement where necessary. Thank you, and God bless you.
I have noted your concerns, and members, at least it's in public domain that your life is in danger, so that while you're performing these duties, you perform it. Honorable Cielo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have one request. Since our lives are in danger, through you, Madam Chair, we should be provided with bodyguards. Yeah, we should be given security going forward, because this is a matter of life and death. And we have a responsibility to represent our people and present the issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm noting your concerns, honorable members, and I'm sure everybody is watching live, and the relevant authority will take charge. We are done with today's session. Public Service Board, thank you for coming. Sergeant Atam, please walk them out. And please, if you're comfortable, we have lunch for you at the restaurant. Karibuni sana, and enjoy your lunch. Your individual money.
We have used our individual money.
Thank you, and we'll follow up on that. Lastly, as the board, this particular board, are you a full-time board or you're working on based on allowances?
I don't understand the question.
Are you a full-time board? Are you supposed to be in your offices every day, or you work when you're called upon by your duties?
Through the chair, we have a combination of
proceeds,
members
yes.
who are